Yeah, you have to go for a different software for that. Oh, okay. So basically it's like if you do it like separately, then it's okay. It's just that like if you use like a software to do both at the same time, that's when it gets funky. Oh yeah, that is. Yeah, I've never done that, so I have no idea what to expect. I do, I just never streamed on it. I did like a couple of videos with like some things and talking and stuff. But yeah, it's been a while. Oh, nice. That's cool. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's like a whole marketing. It's like you need a degree in it. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, maybe that's not like maybe if it just pulls people in and then they go to Twitch, that's not necessarily bad, right? Like maybe it's just like a extra promo of the Twitch channel. Yeah, yeah, extra contingencies. I don't know. I think it might do it by default to a certain degree as soon as you have like an affiliate thing, but I don't know for sure. I need to figure that out. I think it does it by default, but I think you can kind of affect like how much it does it or when it does it in some ways. Yeah, sorry for all the hassle of this setup pausing right now. I think it's just yeah, I don't know. I've been in a bit of a funk in terms of like I don't know, feeling very self-conscious about this stuff lately. So I don't know. I feel like it's just a bit more cozy if I don't have to like think about my my chat. Okay, okay. What?
Are we live? I think we're live.
I think so.
I need to hear myself first.
Test, test. Is there audio? I guess so.
Oh, you're really quiet there. Say something.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3.
Say something.
Test, want to
Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds fine.
Yes. Yeah. Good. Okay.
All right.
Oh yeah. I can also do some social media posts.
Yeah, I'll need to do that as well.
Ba, ba, ba.
Wait, you can post stories on a computer now, right? Can I do that? Ah, I can't be bothered. I'll just take a photo. I'm lazy.
Oh, on Instagram?
Yeah,
Is that the case?
that's funny. My camera's facial recognition is going bonkers over the two faces on the screen. Uh, oh, that is a terrible picture.
Why they get her blurred out?
I just have a rubbish second monitor. It's okay.
Yeah, my phone camera is awful, honestly. I'm glad I don't need to like take actually good photos with it for the most part.
Discard. Stream part 2. Tag you in here. Oops. What happened to your name? Oh right. Oh right. You don't have the art part on your.
The what?
Okay. Oh no, no, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
.tv/TinKong art. That's definitely the right link. All right. I wish I can save this. I don't have to do this every single time. I think definitely in the future, like once I get a better streaming schedule, I'll definitely like try to get more random guests in as well, with a
Nice.
bit more of like pre-planning and stuff. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's fun, I think.
like
Yeah.
yeah, I think eventually like let's see, maybe give it a bit of structure or something like that, as well as these casual
Yeah.
ones, like a bit of a mix.
Yeah, yeah, maybe like if you like I don't know, even do like specific topics or something.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
could be fun.
pretty much. Right. Okay.
I still need to do Instagram.
I haven't done Twitter. Uh, Maybe I shouldn't have gone like super live while still trying to figure this out.
This is fine. We have everything under control.
Let's see. Uh, let's see. TV. Okay. All right. I mean, it's Sunday. There's not going to be many people on.
That's the excuse.
People don't have things to do than to sit their ass on TV and watch two artists talk random shenanigans.
Yes. Maybe then no one judges the
Exactly.
prolonged setup.
However, it is going on YouTube, so like it's permanently stuck on there.
Oh no.
All right. Unless I edit the video, which I probably won't.
Is it possible to do that? Like once it's
Probably you have to delete it. I don't know. I think you can actually. You can modify the video.
yeah, because I know YouTube has like an editor thing, but I don't know if it's something that you can do like posts um the thing actually being there already.
Oh, that I have no idea. I've never really tried messing with it. All right. Okay. Cool.
Okay. I
Let's.
am almost done. Post. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Cool. All right.
I've done the thing.
Oh, excellent, excellent. I need to put music up. Uh, just like some quiet music. I've really been liking Purple Cat stuff. It's like some of my favorite chill music to listen to.
Purple cats.
Purple Cat. Yeah, it's double
Purple
R.
cat.
He just does like chill step, but I really like his style of chill step or their style of chill step.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's fun. Yeah, I always go back and forth between so many different things that I listen to while drawing. Like sometimes it's like a very mixed playlist, sometimes it's like upbeat playlists, and then sometimes I don't even want it to be music. I just want like an ambience sounds or something, like rain sounds or I don't know, something.
Stream.
Like I go back and forth.
You use rain sounds on stream.
I mean not on stream. I mean more just like in general when I'm
Oh,
drawing, I
right.
guess.
Yeah, to be
For
fair.
stream, it's just yeah, whatever I feel like, I guess. At least rain sounds don't have a copyright though.
Yeah, tell me about it. Oh.
Right.
All right, what are you working on?
Okay, this is more like a personal experiment thinking actually. So I was at a friend's place last weekend, like it's an art friend that I haven't seen in quite a while, and we kind of did this thing where we were like drawing on our iPads, and we gave each other like a little challenge thingy, basically by finding an image of like a trinket or accessory or something on uh, the Pinterest, and then kind of basically saying like to make a character design based on that thingy. We kind of went just for chibis because we wanted it to keep it simple. But I figured because I never actually finished these things, I might actually like take this to a stream to sort of like see what happens.
Okay.
So yeah.
That idea, didn't that idea get popularized by this Korean, was it Korean or Japanese artist who I think they were the first one to do it. They went quite viral, and then I think everyone else started doing it afterwards, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it could be. I think I've seen it before, yeah, but I've been meaning to try it, so
it's a nice exercise, I think.
There we go. Yeah.
Nice.
It's also like I haven't drawn chibis in so long, so this was really weird. It was like a really rusty experience.
Your chibis look better than mine. Mine look really weird. They borderline the uncanny valley. I'm just not very good at it. I think I'm getting better, but just not very good at drawing cute stuff.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, to be completely fair, it took me quite a while to get to this point. Like, the construction took me longer than anything else because I kept like, trying to decide on the proportions and stuff to not make it look weird.
I just remembered a friend of mine. He just goes like, "Oh, you're not very good at drawing cute stuff." I was like, "Yeah, I know. I'm working on it." The battle bunnies was supposed to be like a mini exercise in helping that a little bit.
Oh yeah. We need more battle bunnies.
Yeah. They will happen at a later date, but there's a couple of things, like side things that I got lined up. I kind of promised I kind of did promise Kidarara. Her name is so awkward to say. That I was going to at some point draw her 2 OCs that she posted recently.
Nice.
However, it's like, all right, time. Gotta find the time for that.
Yeah, that's always the struggle. Yeah. Like, so I always have like all these things. I used to draw like a lot of art for, I don't know, people's birthdays and stuff. But these days it's just, I don't know, like when you're already kind of on a schedule for freelance stuff, fitting in like stuff like birthday drawings or like gift drawings is so, it just it always kind of fails.
Yeah, I
would
mean,
be
I've never really given birthday drawings before. I think I did it
oh
like a lot when I was younger, but I think as I got older, I was just thinking like, oh, does anybody want this? But
yeah.
it's pretty cool that you. I mean, I imagine like before freelance, you did it quite a lot, right? Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I did really like it, and I mean, most of the time, I do feel like people were really happy about
Oh,
it.
that's nice.
But it does, yeah, it is like a lot of effort,
Mm.
um, and a lot of time. Which I mean, I wouldn't mind if I had that. um, but yeah, I don't know. I did always really like. In a way, it was like a really nice motivation for me to get stuff done because yeah, I think I don't know. I for some reason when it's stuff that's just for me, it kind of like lacks that final push for me to finish it because it's like, oh yeah, I can
Mm.
get to it whenever.
Mm.
But then if it's for someone else or either for a client or a friend or something, and it kind of like has um, that final push to actually finish it up or
The
something.
sort of sense of urgency.
Yeah, yeah, and also just like yeah, like a really strong reason to actually finish it up because when it's just me, then I can find all kinds of excuses for like why it's not good enough, why I should just start something else or that sort of stuff.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I have no idea what I did with all these layers. I need to remember what's what.
Remember, I've got two chats that I got up at the same time. All right, there you go.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I need to get this done fast.
Yeah. Did you work on it anymore like after the stream yesterday?
Yeah, a little bit. It was mostly just fixing up her face, like some
Okay.
proportion stuff,
Oh yeah.
and some of her hair as well. And yeah, quite liking how it looks. That aspect.
Yeah, the eyes seem more like defined, I
Yeah.
feel.
Although I think compared to the sketch, she's a lot lost. I might have to change her eyebrows a little bit. I think she's lost a little bit of that initial scorn she had going on her.
Oh yeah, the oomph.
Yeah,
something.
just kind of disappeared. But I think that'll be easy to fix.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, because I still need to edit the book. Like I still need to. I still need to get you to. I still need you to read through my painful. Well, after I've given it a proper look at myself, the painful text. I'll make sure to like edit as much of the text to the best of my knowledge before handing it off to you, so that way you can save everyone a bit more time.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And yeah, I might put this one, like the process of making this illustration as like the final part of the personal work.
Oh, that would be cool. I think.
Yeah.
Especially since like I can imagine that the cover is something that pulls people into buying it, and then when they can open it and see like, oh, this is how it was made.
Yeah, because I think
That's pretty cool.
most art books I got do that too, so I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that put out art books making like a specific piece just for it, like to do that kind of a showcase. Yeah.
Yep. Video.
What happened to my music? Come back. There we go. So how fast do you have to get all of this done?
Sorry?
How fast do you have to get all of this done?
I'll get 2 weeks done before the convention, so I think ideally everything should be done in like, it's not really much time at all. Like when's the convention on? I think it's the end of this month. Let me have a check. MC in London is at 28th to 30th of October, so that's 1, 2, 3, that's 4 weeks from now.
Yeah.
So ideally, like maximum 2 weeks from now, which I think is doable.
Yeah.
It's just cleaning up at this point. I mean, first of all, it's finishing this. But I can't spend too long on this anyway, since I have other stuff that needs to be done.
Right.
That being said, I don't want to half-ass this, since this image will be, I'll be looking at it quite a lot.
Yeah.
So
no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like, yeah, two weeks max. Because even 2 weeks is like kind of tight, since like manufacturing time takes about a week and a bit, depending on what it's set in the queue, and then delivery shouldn't take that long, but you know, it's just to make sure everything is like on time. I don't like to leave it to the last second, which I did last time.
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's never a good idea, because then you're like worried the day before, like, is it gonna come on time?
Yeah, exactly.
It's no fun.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah. So it's like a tight schedule, but yeah, doable. I mean, sometimes it's good to have these deadlines, I feel like.
Yeah. Like, because it's not often, for professional work is one thing, but for personal work it's not often you get like really tight deadlines.
Yeah,
I think they can be quite good to have.
Yep. Makes you get stuff done for sure.
Let me take my antihistamines. Sniffling a lot.
No, sure.
Okay. Got the green tea ready.
Nice. All prepared.
I think I've had too much green tea leaves in there. Oh no, it's fine. A bit strong, but it's all good. Right. Can I see my chat? I don't think I haven't said anything yet. No, it's all good.
Is it hay fever you're struggling with?
Yeah. I don't know why I still have it at this time of the year, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people have like very different experiences with that. It's like it just kind of comes and goes at the weirdest times. You would think that it was gone by now, yeah, but
Would that be nice?
yeah, I can imagine. That's super frustrating.
It's just a minor inconvenience. Not biggie, but nevertheless pretty annoying. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, yep. No, that makes sense. Always so annoying when I switch from drawing in Procreate to drawing on my PC, because it's like some of the stuff doesn't work in the same way. Some of the blending modes just sort of like change up, and I have to fix things.
don't know how you paint on Procreate.
I rarely do it. I only do it if I'm like away from my PC, but it's yeah, I mean it's nice. I just don't like to finish stuff up. Like I feel like the actual render portion um yeah, doesn't really click with what I want.
Mm, yeah. Did you use not Photoshop, is it? You use what you
Clip
call it?
Studio Paint
Huh? Oh no,
for this the current
no,
one
I'm talking
or
about your main software. Is it Photoshop you use or is it Clip?
yeah, it's Clip Studio. Yeah,
Speaking of Clip
this
Studio,
one.
they came under a lot of scrutiny recently, haven't
Yeah, there was like a whole thing about the subscription model, I think,
they? Yeah. A
where
lot of people really pissed. I mean, annoyed with that.
yeah. I mean, at least because I did, also get frustrated at the beginning because I do feel like the subscription models are super annoying for consumers, especially, we artists are like poor creatures and we want to just pay once and get it over with.
mm,
But on one hand, I do also kind of get it because they have been providing like a lot for a fairly low cost for many years.
mm,
So I can imagine that, after a while that might just stop being sustainable, especially like with how the all the other software is, introducing subscription models. So on one hand, I don't entirely blame them for doing it. Um, but I do because I do think that they kind of tried to do the best of both worlds where you you can like still, just keep using whatever you have. Wait, how was it? It's basically yeah, only if you want like constant. It's basically they're gonna introduce a new version if I understood correctly.
oh yeah.
And for that one, um, if you're gonna wanna keep stuff updated, you're gonna have to be subscribed. But if you have like the current version, you can just keep using it, and it's gonna be supported for quite some time still, I believe. So it's not as grim as some people made it out to be, I think.
Well,
But
yeah.
yeah,
I mean, like, so I do have a Clip license that's quite old, but I haven't really used it.
mm,
Um, I don't think they're going bust because of the buy it once model. I think they're actually probably doing quite okay, but maybe I have a feeling they just want to expand,
could be. That could be.
um, like to be bigger and to basically make more
Yeah,
money essentially. It could be a change of management or whatever, but because I
that
feel
could
like
be.
I think the original management of this company like were very driven to support the art um, community, and my guess is maybe they had a shift in management. New management wants to.
Could be, yeah. I don't know. I always like I'm a little bit on the fence with these things because I don't know. It's always I feel like the initial assumption is always well people want more money, but at the same time it's like well who doesn't, you know?
Oh yeah.
It's like
I mean, they're a tech company at the end of the day. I mean, they are.
yeah.
It's pretty standard that a lot of these tech companies walk this path after a while for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, 45
And I
pounds for a full working software that gets updates constantly is pretty unheard of. They are definitely the first to do. That's why they are so beloved around.
yeah, and also they had so many discounts that like a lot of people got it for half that price. Like the
Hmm.
50% discount was super common.
I
Um
wonder if that discount was done because, well, probably because they didn't really get much reputation, but also maybe at that time their customer base was too small. So okay, well, we want people to use our software.
yeah. I think it was basically yeah, like a way to drum up some extra audience. Like I think it worked for them because people whenever that discount went up, there was a lot of people sharing it and being like, guys, I really recommend this thing. It's currently 50%. Like even I remember sharing it a couple of times. So
Hmm.
I feel like it's basically a marketing strategy. Like it doesn't always work. Like if you don't know that you're actually gonna you know, get more people that way, then it's kind of a risk. But I feel like once you do actually figure out that you're actually gonna get that many more people into it to cover that extra 50%, then I feel like, yeah, it's probably really worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people are going to stick using, because what other choices are there out there? As far as I know,
exactly.
there's Photoshop, there's clip art, and I think there's one more. I forgot what it's called. It's supposed to be
maybe.
Size very I don't think it's very widely
really
used. I know some people use it, but it's like not common. No, there's like this it was supposed to be the originally advertised as a Photoshop alternative. I forgot the name of it.
Krita?
Or maybe it was Krita. I can't remember.
Maybe it was Krita, yeah. Yeah, there's not that many options though, so I feel like, I mean, there's a reason why there's, you know, so many people criticizing Adobe but still using it. So
yeah, well, it's because like these softwares have gotten so complex over the years that like to make a competitor is like incredibly difficult, because you have to like have so many features working in order to match the existing ones. It's not like the times before a decade ago where like making a competitor wasn't really that hard.
No, yeah.
It was simpler back then.
There's so many like softwares already that like achieve a certain thing that like you have to really bring either all of that for a cheaper price or something extra,
right,
to the field. Otherwise, it's just not worth it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I would genuinely be curious to like when these kind of debates happen, as with Clip Studio Paint, I would genuinely be curious to see like the actual numbers and like of earnings and whatnot with these companies, because like I mean, I don't know, maybe, you know, maybe I'm too willing to give things the benefit of the doubt. But because I do, you know, like to a degree, I find it hard to believe that it's like every time any decision is made out of money that it's always just greed. I do want to, at least to a certain point, believe that, you know, maybe it's like a necessary choice for their financial goals or business plans or whatever.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. It's not always because of like, oh, they're just money grabbing, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Business doesn't ever work that simply like that. However, I think like I don't really use the software, so I'm not like super like personal about it.
No.
But like I don't think they were like in a position where they're like really in trouble. I don't think. I just think like for whatever it is that they're trying to achieve in their company, this subscription model is going to help achieve it better than the current model.
Fair, yeah, I don't think they're like in trouble either necessarily. Yeah, I guess I was just more like yeah, I just like, I get a little bit if when people just like the, you know, the people really yelling about it loudly can get a little bit like extreme about saying that, you know, they're now evil or something. Like,
yeah,
from that perspective, that kind of like ticks me off a little bit, because I feel like there's always more to the story than these people are like making it out to be. It's like in their eyes, it's like they are now a villain, the end, and that's the part that kind of frustrates me, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's being a bit short-minded about it. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what it is they want to do, but the subscription model.
Me neither.
My guess is like, yeah, because like maybe they wanted to expand in a way to make their software more powerful, but like they didn't have the money to put that investment through the current system. So they weren't like, oh, we're going to go bankrupt soon or anything extreme like that, but rather like, okay, we want to be a powerhouse in the I'm not sure if it's digital art or is this their main focus or whatever, animation, but we don't really have the financial means to do this in a way that we can sustain it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's probably
I
why.
think so.
I think what they should
Yeah.
do, in my opinion, is to like give people. Well, you kind of implied that there might be one, but they should like do like a double package, like a two-choice system package, like one for people who just want to do the one-off fun thing, and maybe give like slightly limited updates or something, but like
Yeah.
and then one that is you know the one that keeps getting you the brand spanking new features. Because you think about old Adobe stuff when you used to buy the suite, they didn't really give you updates back then because updates wasn't a thing. You just get what you have and you stick with what you have. I know that kind of model is kind of dead nowadays, but and
Yeah, it's gone a little bit, I think. Yeah. Yeah,
maybe
no, I agree. I think if they made it like a little bit more custom, it might be better.
because that way they won't alienate like a huge percent of their fan base. I
Yeah.
mean, the thing is like they're not losing money directly because these people already paid for the thing once before. The only thing they'll lose is just like reputation, which is
Yeah.
which I think
Exactly.
it's not great for a company, but
Yeah, it's not great for a company that I think got a lot of their sales based on like word of mouth.
yeah, I think like that was probably not a good call on their part.
No, yeah. But yeah, I think what you said does make sense. I think they're probably I think what they are trying to do, I think they wanted to do a version 2 of Clip Studio Paint,
Right.
but couldn't see themselves do that without like basically doing something extra in terms of how they want to sell it.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what they were.
So okay, this is just I'm just throwing a theory out there. So probably like when you develop a new software, it needs to go through a lot of testing, right? And stuff, and you need staff to do that. And probably the old model, with the money that they get, they probably have the staff like continuously develop for it, but they couldn't hire more staff to like develop like the really funky features properly and test it properly, make sure it's like really good. So with the subscription model, essentially it just allows them to get guaranteed income per month, and then they can hire more hands to do these more advanced features that they want to do. That's my guess. That they're probably doing. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good guess, yeah. Because I mean, even if I just look at like, like obviously this is it's on a much smaller scale, but in a way, I'm, as my own business owner, like I would also, strive towards regular sort of stable income, right? So yeah, I can see how a company might do that as well.
I just wonder how much it's gonna cost.
Yeah, it's a good question.
If it's anywhere, they're gonna be in big trouble if it's anywhere near like Photoshop's rates.
Yeah, I hope it's gonna be lower. But I think they might have kind of tested this out because their app for iPads has been a subscription model all along from the beginning. So
Mega
I think
expensive
they
as
might
well.
have thought like, oh, that went okay. And then they kind of just figured, hey, let's do it here as well.
It's like if it's something like, I don't know, a couple pounds per month, like £3 per month, I don't think anyone's gonna cry over that. But if it's gonna be a tenner, £10, like Photoshop, they're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, I think
people are not gonna like that.
Yeah, I think the one for iPad was I think $8, but then I think sometimes you could get it discounted and it was like $5.
That's
per month.
Expensive, that is.
Yeah, it's not like these things stack up. That's the issue, right? Because if it's just like one thing, that's fine. But then you have Photoshop, you have this, you have that, you have there's all these subscriptions at some point that it just stacks up to way too much money per month.
Well, like Procreate should buy one, right? Buy it once. Like
yeah, which That's a good point. I wonder how they do it. Because
I mean,
theirs is
Procreate have an
literally
exclusive contract with
with Apple, yeah.
Apple, yeah. So they're a bit of a special case, I think.
That's true.
I don't
Yeah,
quite.
because they're like a one-time purchase of like what, $10?
Yeah, and so like because they're with Apple, they get a lot of advertisement through Apple themselves. So like they're like the de facto like go-to drawing software if you buy an Apple product.
Yeah, true. Yeah, in a way, I feel like Procreate is solely responsible for a bunch of iPad sales in the past years.
Yeah.
As I mean, it's pretty much why I bought my iPad, honestly.
Yeah, that's why I bought mine initially, and then it turned into a glorified media player.
Yeah. I mean, it's 80% that for me now, but I do sometimes use it, so I'm still like happy that I do have it.
I sold mine for a laptop.
Yeah, probably good.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure the user who bought it, who I actually know as a friend, is going to get better use out of it than I am.
Well, that's good then.
That
It
guy,
went
like,
to a good
he's like so good at like whatever media he uses, it looks like his work. If that makes sense.
Oh, nice.
I always find like that kind of consistency is really hard for me to do. Due to
like
the way
replicating the same process or something.
Yeah. Like I struggle with that quite a lot. Maintaining that consistent look. Like on different mediums. I can do it like on the same medium. But maintain a consistent look on different mediums to each other is incredibly hard.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder, yeah. Like I always like the way I try to do it is I try to replicate the brushes as much as possible, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's definitely a hassle. Like with Procreate, what I actually found out, because at the beginning I was trying to 100% just replicate my process.
Right.
And at some point I realized that it would be better if I just found a different process that gave similar results, and that kind of worked better.
Oh, I see.
Like
see, I never
the process to the software instead of the other way around.
Yeah, I don't think I bothered to do that. I was too stubborn with like. I think it's because I wanted to be like my replacement in my head.
Yeah.
Or something that would really assist me with my work. If it doesn't look the same, then it's just kind of like no point.
yeah. I mean, yeah. If it's like meant to be your number one tool, then obviously it should perform that way, right? And then if it doesn't, then that's just pointless.
I've gone over so many of these machines over the years. I spent so much money on these machines over the years. It's unreal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you like try out different tablets and stuff as well?
If I sum up the total amount of money I spent on display units for professional work, it'll probably come down to that cost that much. So up to the iPad it was like £3,200. I mean, that's not like in one go, it's like spaced out.
No, yeah, over time, yeah.
So that's like for the display I'm using now, the companion which broke, and then the
you had
iPad.
a companion?
Yeah, it's a proper piece of rubbish though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Absolutely worthless. Probably by far the most regretful purchase I've made.
Oh, really? Damn. Okay.
In theory, it should have been good, but basically, when you get a company that specializes in making monitors, to all of a sudden try to make something as complex as a laptop,
yeah,
you're gonna have problems.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Basically, my problem with the Cintiq companion is that, like, first of all, the battery life is terrible.
Okay.
It's really bad. It's like 2-3 hours. So it's not very.
Yeah, that's already kind of shitty, considering that the whole gist of it is supposed to be that it's a portable.
Yeah. So that's like
Right,
problem number one. Number two, it's heavy. It's heavy
Okay.
because the unit is heavy. The power charge it came with is mega heavy. It's like a brick, right? So that's number two. So it's not very portable. Number three is the screen is 15.6-inch large. It's actually a little too small. What happens is that like because it's like its aspect ratio is still like 16:9, I believe. So like it's 15 inches big, but it's not very tall. So what you find is that when you open something like
Everything is
Photoshop,
tiny.
the interface is too small, and then
Yeah.
essentially you have to either force the text to be really big to make it readable, which then loses real estate, or you just suck up with the small display, the text, and like you just stack everything together, and like you just sort of realize that using this as your main machine as replacement isn't going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing with these things, with iPads, with the like, what's this one? The portable one. Like it is that I feel like it's meant more as like a supplemental thing, and I kind of can't see it being used as like a main tool. I don't know, maybe for some people it is, but yeah.
I know people who've used just that for professional work. It is definitely possible. I'm talking about concept artists. I've known a couple concept artists who use just the iPad for professional work. I think like
but for iPad I did hear about it.
yeah. Companion, there are people who do use it professionally. Like it's not improbable, but I feel like I personally think it's like a massive handicap.
I think it's doable, but it's just, like, I mean, at the end of the day, you can get adjusted to anything if you, really put your mind to it. I think it's possible, but I feel like as like a general opinion of mine, I would say that it's probably like, I feel like you can get more out of it if you use it as an extra tool as opposed to your main one.
Yeah, I think most people have settled on that opinion. That like it can replace your workflow if you really put your mind to it, but at the end of the day, like having no buttons, having a smaller screen, these things, they can slow it down if you've used bigger ones before. I think if you haven't used it before, like if you're someone who grew up on the iPad, if you're the younger generation, or maybe like if you're a new artist, maybe it's a bit different because I don't quite know how they see things. Maybe they developed a weird, peculiar workflow that's like really efficient for them.
Could be.
But like I'm pretty old school, so I like my buttons. I hate touchscreen typing. I've never liked smartphones.
For typing, they're awful. I hate it.
Yeah. But like it's just what people have nowadays, so it's like I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it could be that it's like a different generation thing again, because I do think that there are people that prefer typing on a smartphone to a keyboard, which I don't understand personally. Like I can never understand that. But it's
well, you gotta think of it this way, like some of these people probably started using the iPad like at what, pre-teen age. Some are like babies basically, and to them like this is like the first piece of technology that they've touched, and when you're at that age, you're like at the most malleable when it comes to new things, right? So they would have developed a weird efficiency that would be very difficult for us who grew up with keys to fully comprehend.
I think it's a similar thing as to how the generations before us struggled to get accustomed to the keyboard and still type with one finger, right? Like there's a lot of people that still do that.
Well, there's still people in our generation who type like that as well.
Fair enough.
You'll be surprised how many people type, like how many normal people who type like super slow. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess it depends like how much a person has used like a keyboard throughout growing up. Yeah, because I've used it a lot since my
Yeah.
teens. So
I mean,
like
I'm
I
certain there's some touch demons out there with the phones who
oh
are
for
like mad
sure.
fast. Yeah.
Yep, yep. Yeah, and I think also with iPad, um, I think if you some people have a very it's like their style depends less on the process than on and it's more about like the shapes and stuff, and I feel like that's easier to replicate on iPad, like when your process is like specifically like very cartoony flat styles. I feel like can kind of work like if you really have a preference for simplifying your process um, to really 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 basic stuff, then I feel like those people sometimes end up loving Procreate regardless
Yeah.
because it's just so convenient.
Hmm. Yeah. I think you're probably right there.
Yeah, I have a friend that's basically this way. Like she hasn't touched her Wacom in a long time since she got
Really?
her iPad. Yeah.
Dang.
And
Nice.
she's very much like a stylist, cartoony artist with like very flat colors and stuff.
Is she a professional or
Uh,
hobbyist?
s- Semi. Like
Semi pro.
she worked at a company that was doing like mascot suits, like
Oh.
basically. So she did do like art designs for that, but currently she is kind of looking into other careers because she's kind of deciding that she wants to keep it more as a hobby.
Ah, I see, I
And
see.
but I think it's also because Slovenia doesn't have a lot of jobs in the creative field, so it's like
Oh, I
yeah,
see. So she's a friend
I
from
kind of
home.
get that. Yeah.
Okay. That sucks.
Yeah. But I think she's kind of happy with this decision though,
Yeah?
so I think
Okay.
it's
That's alright
yeah.
then. That's fair. I think sometimes the people who can live with doing artwork as a hobby sometimes are the ones who are winning.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I feel like yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's like less pressure in that sometimes.
Yeah. I just think like when you do it as a hobby and you're okay with doing it as a hobby, you
Hmm.
have more of a freedom to do literally whatever you want, right? You're
Yeah.
not like your livelihood isn't bound to
Yep.
the artwork.
Yeah.
Whereas
It's
professionals like have to make choices that are
yeah, business choices
yeah,
basically,
yeah,
yeah.
pretty much because it is a
'Cause you
business.
can't just yeah. Yeah, that's kind of why I do quite like the idea of maybe doing it part-time as like how I've been contemplating. And
Mm,
I mean, I obviously I will see, if I actually end up liking it or not, but I kind of like the idea of doing it for money, but not it being like the only source of money,
yeah.
because I feel like having like a little bit of a career out of it is something that really, motivates me. And I think it's a really cool feeling to sort of like push that side of things.
Mm,
But I feel like it can get really demotivating when it's the only thing um, that
right.
provides your income. So I feel like I could see myself like liking the best of both worlds scenario, but yeah, I guess I'll have to see.
Yeah, yeah. Well, generally, you'd always like to try out lots of things anyway, so maybe it's a pretty logical choice
Yep.
for you to pick, or to find. I guess you'll find out once you give it a go.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a pretty one-track minded person, um, for
Yeah,
good and
that's fair.
bad, and yeah, can't really see the idea of me doing it as a hobby.
Yeah. No, I don't think I want to go full hobby either. I think that would just, I don't know. I think that wouldn't be it for me either.
Yeah, I don't think doing it part time is gonna satisfy my uh
The
ambitions.
creative
Is that the
itch.
word? I'm not sure that's the word to use. You know,
Yeah, yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
like it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, gotta be more. No, I get that. I get that. I always thought that way as well. But I think I don't know. Maybe it's just like the current stresses that kind of uh, made me
Yeah,
consider other options. But
I
yeah,
mean, I'm with you there. I'm like mad stressed a lot. Not gonna lie, but
yeah,
um, I think it's just because I've gotten a little bit cynical and twisted when it comes to employment. Because
fair.
all the jobs that I've had employed, I've not had good employees,
Yeah. No,
and
that's yeah.
I've really, well, not all of them. Maybe one was okay, but that was more because I wanted to make. I didn't want to do because I was working in a games company then. Whilst I had problems with management, my general work colleagues were great. That one was more of like I wanted to be a concept artist, rather than just a games artist. Like I wanted to have a future in there. But
Yeah, yeah.
the other ones, yeah, it was just all like bad employment, bad management, and it kind of made me lose faith in
No,
being
that's fair.
employed.
I get that. Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of like when I went freelance, like back to freelance after being employed at the previous company, a part of me was like, yeah, there's probably a big chance that I might end up going back and forth between like liking freelance and then wanting to work in a company when that gets kind of stale and then going
Right,
back because I know that when I worked at the previous company, I also had this mindset of like, ugh, I just want to do my thing.
right, yeah,
So, yeah, it's I think a little bit of it is also just, the grass is greener on the other side kind of a deal.
yeah,
Um, and
yeah.
it really, really, like, employment really depends so heavily on people that you have around you in that job.
Oh,
Because, like,
definitely.
it can be a complete miss if, the people are shitty or, like, the boss is shitty or, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, I feel like a
So
lot
it's,
of it like hinges. I mean, what colleagues is one thing, but like the boss is the person who sets the atmosphere of your
yeah,
company, regardless of how nice your coworkers are. And if the atmosphere of your boss you set is like not very good, it's gonna permeate throughout the whole company. Because they are the ones who make the choices.
yeah, yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know. Maybe like if I ever had got employed by like a really good company, then I'll be willing to change my mind. But I think for now, I just want to at least have a taste of living a
Yeah,
fully successful life as an
yeah, that's
independent
fair.
artist. Because mine's been part time this whole time, right? So it's like I haven't really had a
Yep.
proper taste, despite the fact I've been attempting this for what, 2, 3 years.
Yeah,
um,
yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. I think that's the only way we really figure out what works for us anyway, by
yeah.
like trying it fully, right? So,
And a lot of companies in the UK, like based off what I've seen, I don't think a lot of them, from a creative standpoint, would be able to satiate my needs. Because, like, so for example, that game that you showed me that you worked on, um,
mm,
like that kind of game does not exist in the UK. Like, there aren't any companies that I know of that really makes that kind of stuff. If they are, they're mega underground.
yeah,
At least a
that's
decade
fair.
ago, like all the game companies that I saw in the UK were so aside from AAA games, but even AAA games is like it's more realistic looking. So that's number one, and then the indie
Yeah.
companies made like what looked like slot machine games or uh
Yeah.
sort of these like really rubbish looking mobile games that have like no creativity. Like they,
Yeah.
they make the money. Like I understand from a business standpoint what they're doing, but from a creative standpoint, they're just so unengaging. Um,
Yeah.
and it just sort of I don't know made me like super disillusioned with the
Yeah,
industry.
I had that a little bit of as well, I think.
Right.
Like, because first of all, there in Slovenia there's like nothing anyway. Like, there's one mobile game company that everyone kind of goes for, but that's about it.
Right.
And then with Netherlands, it's kind of what you described as well. Like, there's a bunch of these like small mobile game companies, but they like very much prioritize like, the quick pumping out of like small hyper casual games that are just very, like they're not casino, but it's the same vibe, it's the same sort of like
this.
yeah, let's just get players real quick and get them to do in-app purchases really quick, and like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I definitely had a little bit of that as well. Which, yeah, it sucks in terms of like wanting game employment in, like, if you want to do it in-house, it's kind of shitty because a lot of it
Yeah.
is in the US, I feel like.
Yeah, US and Germany. I mean,
Oh, Germany.
Germany have their own fair share of particular problems from my German friend, but like, visually speaking, their games at least have a bit more of a fantasy vibe, a visual aesthetic that's not just like, super generic looking artwork.
Yeah.
And France as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think Netherlands has like maybe like a handful of those, so it's like definitely better than Slovenia, for example. Because
Right.
if nothing else, like Guerrilla Studios is based in the Netherlands. So the one that makes they made Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that company. Yeah, Gorilla.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, yeah, it's a very hard one to get into. But yeah, I guess it is. There are some things that exist. So yeah, to be completely fair.
Yeah, although I have to say that particular game, Horizon Dawn, I had the same problem with this with Last of Us as well. I actually preferred the art style of the older game than the newer game.
Oh, okay.
Simply because like just look the way it looks. So like both of those games, they went for a more realistic aesthetic based on the engine that they had. And it wasn't just me actually. I looked at a lot of comments that people say like a lot of people, well, not all of them, but like a good chunk of them like really like the old aesthetic, because the old aesthetic was like compensation for the engine's inability to make certain realistic aesthetics. So what they did was they had to compensate it with style. Last of Us was kind of the same, the first one. Like it was realistic at the time, but there was a lot of stylistic choices they made because the engine couldn't do like hyper realism. And then with the remake of Last of Us 1, they went for more ultra realistic visuals, and it still looks beautiful. Like I'm not like dissing the game, but I kind of actually do like the slightly stylized appeal that they had for the first one. I feel like
that's fair.
it's gained something, but it's also lost something with this new visual.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm always a bigger fan of stylized stuff than the hyper realistic stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I haven't played, so I don't know the actual difference. But yeah, I imagine I would probably feel a similar way. Yeah, I feel like in terms of game employment, my favorite stuff that I have worked on is usually like with remote indie studios, honestly. I feel like that's been the best experiences. Like, I haven't done it a lot, but the times that I have, I think those were the best. That was the stuff that I actually liked the end product of,
Right.
as opposed to just being like, cool money,
This is during your freelance career, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do those projects not come in very often? I guess they don't.
No, yeah, like with the Beacon Pines thingy, like the narrative game thingy that I did, it was kind of a really nice case of, because they're like an American company, but their main artist is a Dutch one, and I had known her since IFCC a couple of years back, and once I got to the Netherlands, we kind of got back in touch, and so we had like calls on occasion and stuff, and
I see.
So basically, at some point, she just kind of, wanted someone to pick up a little bit of slack, and
Mm-hmm.
it was easier to just ask someone she's already kind of worked with, because we done like like some personal stuff together and stuff. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah, so it kind of basically ended up happening that they had Dutch artists, even though, well, Netherlands-based artists, even though they were like a US company.
Well, it's okay because the way I see it is like, um, now that you've worked on it and they really enjoyed working with you, like, sure, it may not happen immediately, but like that friend of yours, or maybe even the company, if she's not working for them anymore, they're like, you know what, the work done by this person's okay. Maybe we can get hold of them.
Yeah,
Like it's like
exactly.
in the books of that company.
Yeah,
If they
exactly.
request for work of a similar like visual aesthetic, you never know
Yep.
these things.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's pretty fun. Definitely love to work with more indie companies, I think.
Yeah, I've worked in indie companies as a full-time employee, but I already made my expression about those. I would like to work for really
Fair.
good ones for sure.
Yeah, with indie companies, it's also very hit or miss, because like there's a lot of indie companies, because
Yeah,
it's a very it's a lot easier to start one of those these days. So that also
yeah.
means that there's all kinds of stuff out there,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people with big ideas and aspirations, but not really knowing what they're doing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that going around for sure. I've definitely had some experiences with that also.
I feel like the only people I get contacted are people go like, oh hey, like I want to use this and this artwork for this project or something. And then when I try to negotiate, like, okay, yeah, you can use it if you pay me the license for it, and then you just go silent. Just,
Do they genuinely just think that you can just use it? I think
yeah,
it's
well, they
so
want to just use it. Yeah, I think I got one recently on ArtStation.
ugh, that's so funny.
Forgot to reply to it because I have a feeling they're not gonna
Oh
pay
yeah.
anything, and if they do pay anything, it's like it's quite small. Let's just say that.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth, like keeping it up, and maybe at some point one person is gonna say yes, who knows.
Funny enough, it's mostly for my older work.
Oh really?
Yeah, yeah. The more like concept arty stuff that I used to do.
Yeah,
What I get of the current work is more like actual commissions, but like to use it for like whatever the heck they're using it for is usually for the older stuff.
yeah. No, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess it's like more like TTRPG people or something.
Yeah, well, I think the latest one I got was some kind of weird fantasy Bible book. I have no freaking clue. I can't remember what the heck I was talking about. But
Interesting.
yeah, Mary. Oh, hey Mary.
Oh,
How's it going?
hello. Welcome.
Welcome, indeed. I didn't quite catch it yesterday, but how was your stream yesterday? I think it was on my email feed, but I wasn't in a place where I could watch it. She does like streaming for when she makes the VTuber.
Oh,
avatar.
the VTuber stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Ah,
Yeah,
no
yeah, I
worries.
remember.
Yeah. Oh, no worries, no worries. It was good stuff. Sorry if I'm a bit slow today. I feel like when I got out of bed, I left half of my soul in my pillow. And not quite,
That's okay.
not quite
Happens,
with
yeah.
it today.
No, that's all good. I think I'm also in a little bit of that space, but like I don't know. I guess a part of me was just like maybe it's gonna get me out of my funk if I just start doing things. So,
Right.
but yeah, I feel that. No worries.
Pillows are evil. Yeah. I agree. Pillows are pretty evil.
They tend to retain our souls and not let go.
Oh. is this the funk that you've been having for like the last couple of weeks, or is it just like a recent thing?
I don't know. It's yeah, it's a mixture of a lot of things. I guess I'm just like at a sort of like a crossroads in a lot of aspects of different things. So there's like, I guess I lack a little bit of stability in certain cases, and then it's very easy to sort of like get up in your head about it, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like yeah, a lot about art, a lot about like just finances and career stuff, and yeah, and then also just like I tend to get very self-judgmental as well, so that doesn't help.
Yeah. I feel like artists are especially prone to that thought process.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
You know, of like self deprivation.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But I'm trying not to get stuck in that mindset because it doesn't really. I've definitely found that as much as like my instinct to push myself comes from like, you know, holding myself to higher standards or something, I have definitely found that I'm actually like the stuff that I want to improve usually improves better when I'm, you know, less harsh on myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm trying to kind of like get more into that mind space instead.
Yeah, definitely, because you second guess yourself less, right? I feel like
Yeah, yeah,
when you're doing
exactly.
artwork, when you second guess yourself a lot, um, it's like dulling your instincts. Oh, look, see, like Mary's giving you support.
Yay! Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's like I think yeah, it's like it makes you slower. It makes you not. Basically, you sort of lose sight of the things that you're actually good at doing because you're basically at a point where you can criticize. You're self-critical of everything, right? Or
Yeah,
close to
yeah.
it. So it's like really hard to see things from an objective point of view for your own content.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I think a mindset that I've like used to have and that I'm kind of slowly getting out of is like the whole, you know, holding yourself accountable when you mess up
Right.
is like it can be very counterproductive because I have a tendency to overdo it, and you know I feel like it doesn't really yield the results that you would like.
Hmm.
It usually ends up in you being um like you kind of spiral yourself into an insecurity spiral, which then, you know, and I feel like when people are in an insecure, very insecure place, that's usually when they, you know, they have less energy to actually do things well, and then, you know, it's like both, you know, people interactions, work stuff, like all of it kind of ends up suffering instead.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like a, yeah, it's a very backwards mindset, but like I guess I've just um grown up with a very like mindset of like, oh, you know, uh if I fuck up, you know, I have to be mad at myself or something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like self accountability, but like
yeah,
to
yeah,
a
yeah,
degree of like, uh, where it's not quite healthy. Um.
exactly. So it's yeah, and then it just becomes like a, you know, self-fulfilling prophecy at some point, and it's just
Yeah. It sucks.
does no one absolutely nothing good. Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah. I think you'll get out of this. I think it's just
Mm,
I'm certain it's just a temporary thing. You'll
I
get
hope
out of
so.
it. You'll get out of it. I believe.
Yeah, thank you. I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, no, yeah, it's just I don't usually like talk about it a lot, but my anxiety sometimes is a real pain in the ass.
Mm, yeah, I've spoken to a lot of artists, and a lot of them do have like a lot of anxiety. So it's as much as I don't like to hear it, it's a common dilemma.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep, yep. No, it's a yeah.
Like even like some of the artists are like, you know, really up there in their game, whether it be convention game or professional. This anxiety or imposter syndrome for some of them. The professional ones usually it's like very very strong, and it like really screws them over. Um,
Yeah.
like mentally, mental health wise.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
yeah, it's something. I think it's just because we as artists are like we're very sensitive to outside influence, and we get very like emotionally turmoil when we're like again affected by it. So like stuff like social medias and perceived like, oh, you need to be like good, better all the time. It's like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
really adds to that sort of anxiety of never being like good enough.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And it's yeah, it can really translate to like a lot of aspects of one's life as well. Like some of it is with art, but then it's kind of like because it's all sort of connected, right? So then it's yeah, and then yeah, I don't know. At least for me, I think a big part of like why it becomes a bigger issue is because then I tend to judge myself for struggling with anxiety, which doesn't help.
Oh yeah, you
It's
definitely
like,
shouldn't do
come
that.
on, why are you like this? You know, and it's like because I have a very I have a very high standard for myself for how I want to come across, and then a lot of this stuff is just like there's shit going on in my head, but like I don't let it, you know, kind of affect my actions and stuff. But then that kind of can create like a little bit of like a disconnect sometimes, and you're just like judging yourself for like, well, you know, why is this even a thing in your head then?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. The sound pretty
Yeah.
pretty tough. I think like when you're perfectionist as well, it like really
Yep.
amplifies those thoughts as well.
Yep. Yep. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Not to get too too deep on stream, but yeah.
It's okay. It's alright. It's what these double streams are for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Nah.
Yeah, go on.
Wait, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, no. Just yeah, that in a way I also am trying to be a little bit more like open about this sort of stuff, so there's like less of a disconnect. Yeah, like because sometimes I'm just like, oh no, you know, this is a thing that no one should know. So then I'm just kind of trying to be a little bit more like loose about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's good to like let it out every so often. Mary, yes, that is Roots'
That
at
is
the bottom left
me.
corner.
Yes.
It's quite small. If it's too small, let me know. I can make it like a little bigger. Because she's not.
A little bit.
Yeah, because she's not streaming right now, so she's just showing me her display. She's a bit small. She's so cute.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's not really my usual stuff. Like I don't usually draw chibis. This is more like me challenging myself into doing it. It's sort of like trying to make a chibi design based on this teapot thingy. Because usually I do more like fantasy artwork. But this was a fun challenge. I quite like it.
Chibis.
Chibis.
I can't draw chibis to save my life.
Would be a fun challenge to see you do.
I mean, I've tried it many a times before. Like the animation I was supposed to do for the Twitch, which I will finish. I'll finish that like after the convention season. The one where she's jumping and doing a little chair. Yeah.
Nice.
I want to finish that.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, I need to cutify it first, which is hard.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's an interesting practice to sort of like figure out what it is that makes a character cute. Like it's a very interesting
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
feel like I just need to
mindset thing.
like just find a bunch of videos on cute stuff and just
Maybe, yeah.
watch them and then just absorb like what characteristics make something look adorable.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, either that or like taking a bunch of chibis that you like and sort of like analyzing what it is that makes them cute or why
Yeah.
do they work and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, make it cute. Make it kawaii.
Kawaii desu.
you know. That will be future Tim's problem.
Yeah. Future Tim is gonna love that.
Oh yeah, he's gonna love it.
He'll be like, yes, thank you, past Tim.
Oh. What was I doing
Like 90% of what I've been doing is moving sliders around.
next? Yeah, I find I tend to do that when I'm really stuck, or if like I don't really like the color scheme or the values that I'm getting. I like to mess around with those until I get something that's good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just trying stuff. Because I haven't quite decided how far I want to shade this, so that's also a...
Are you trying to make it look like a children's book?
Yeah, I kind of want to go for that, like, how do I describe it? Like, I have a very specific visual in my head. Like, the slightly washed out, anime aesthetic, but then, like, the coloring, but then with, like, because, like, the face is not super anime, but, like...
Yeah.
Let me see if I have an example.
It kind of reminds me of Will Terry's work a little bit.
Who?
Have you heard of this podcast called it's called 3 Point Perspective? Basically it's like these 3 children's book artists, illustrators in America. They talk about like general art stuff, so it's kind of a universal application.
Okay.
But one of them's called Will Terry. And I mean, the thumbnail I'm seeing of yours is like really small, so I can't see up close what it looks like. But
Yeah.
okay, yeah. So it looks like Will Terry, because he does children books and drawings, and he has a very specific look. His one's more harsher looking, but it kind of reminded me a little bit of his children book illustrations.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it is like a little bit of like a children's book vibe. I guess I wanted to have like a little bit of that washed out watercolory color scheme, so that it's like a little bit, you know, yeah, washed out, I guess.
Have you sorry, just to give a recommendation. Have you heard? I know you don't really watch much anime, but have you heard of this one? It looks like a children's book. So it's an anime, but it looks like a children's book illustration.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
What the heck was it called again? Hang on. Give me a second. I was gonna watch it and I haven't watched it yet, but it looks absolutely beautiful. So it's called The Girl on the Other Side.
Is it like a movie or a?
So it's it's a movie, but the entire animation is it looks like a watercolor painting. Calming colors.
On the other side.
Yeah, definitely very calming colors. I guess you're referring to Read series.
Oh yeah, thank you.
But yeah, if you look up The Girl from the Other Side,
Let's see.
it's a very unique looking. I really want to
Ooh,
watch
yeah.
this. I haven't got around to watching.
Oh,
it.
that's gorgeous. Ooh, I really like that. That looks very cool. Nice. Yeah, I've actually put like a bunch of anime on my to watch list recently. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's time.
I have not yet to watch this one because I know it's a movie, so it's like quite a chunky one to watch. But Made in Abyss has finished their third season. So
Oh yeah, that's also one that you
yeah,
recommended. I remember.
so
Yeah.
you can now is like a prime time to start. It looks interesting. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Nice.
I have yet to watch it. I want to watch it. I just haven't had the time to watch it.
Yeah. No, I downloaded the what was the other one that you recommended, the To Your Eternity.
Oh, To
A
Your
little while
Eternity.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't watched it yet, but like I was really intrigued because you were talking about like the implications of like immortality on a character and stuff.
Yeah.
So yep, that's still somewhere on my list.
To Your Eternity is very, very good.
Very curious.
And yeah, like Mary said, Made in Abyss is a good one. That one
Nice.
that one deals a lot with like, it's quite grim in terms of like basically it's like, oh, the power of like overwhelming nature is like too much for people to handle essentially, but it's like also finding out like these mysterious world in this like hole essentially. And I won't say too much because I feel like if I say any more it like borderlines on spoilers.
Okay.
But yeah, it's very good.
Nice.
Yeah, so yeah, Mary says yeah, To Your Eternity is good. She cried.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
We're amping it up for you to watch.
Yes. Yeah, no, because I do kind of sometimes miss watching anime. I don't know, I feel like I kind of fell out of it when I tried to get away from the anime style in my own art, so then I kind of just subconsciously like pivoted away from it.
Yeah, I did that as well. Well, I secretly consumed it without telling anyone, but no, like anyone cares anyways.
Like hush,
yeah, but
I think it might have also been because at the time, yeah, I think the anime community in Slovenia was also a little bit strained at the time or something. Like I've had a few bad experiences with people from that community, so I think it was just kind of like a like a weird
I see,
subconscious rebellion.
I guess it's like the difference is that you when you consumed it a lot with the community. I have always just consumed it in secret. It's a private thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it's just because like I grew up when like anime really wasn't shared between other people in the UK. Closet anime, yeah, because basically like it came a lot later, right? Because when I was a kid, nobody knew what anime was because I'm that old. But when it started becoming mainstream, like it was still disconnected because the stuff they watched and the stuff that I grew up watching was completely different. And then I think I was just a bit unlucky, and when I went to higher education, a lot of the people I knew or got to know as friends weren't weebs, and I was like, oh shit, you know, like
what do you mean you don't?
Where's
like
all my
anime?
weeb friends? Yeah, and I was like, man, and I just sort of like, well, I got no weeb friends, so I just have to watch this in private. Yeah, just like yeah. So I kind of got used to that, and yeah.
No, that makes sense. I think it was kind of a for me it sort of went hand in hand, because as soon as the friend of mine that introduced me to anime kind of did that, she also at the same time sort of started together like the whole cosplay community thing and stuff. So it's kind of like became very connected very fast.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Outside of that community, no one had any idea what the fuck we were doing.
Do I remember the first anime I watched?
It's a good question.
First one that I watched, I had quite a lot, because I remember back when I was a kid, a lot of my anime was recorded from Hong Kong. and they had like a lot of random stuff. I mean, the most impactful one is probably an obvious one. Is probably Dragon Ball Z, because every boy loves that. And I guess like, cause my sister watched a lot of Sailor Moon, so I had exposure to that one too. I'm trying to think like, I have a few series that I can think of that nobody's ever heard of. A lot of them I've forgotten the name of. I think Bikuriman was one. Nobody knows that one because that one's like super niche. It's like Super Bikur. No, you probably wouldn't have heard of this. This one's like niche of a niche. Super Bikuriman. It's like a long-running Japanese series. Very 90s. Basically, a lot of 90s stuff I grew up with.
Right.
Yeah, all of these series I'm thinking of in the top of my head, aside from Dragon Ball, nobody's ever heard of because they're like ultra niche.
Ultra niche. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. I feel like the only people who have probably watched this stuff is probably people who've watched the same. I guess it's basically Cantonese dubs of these series around the same era.
Yeah, like a very specific.
Yeah, it's ultra specific.
Niche audience. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. A long time ago.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I guess it was some. What was the first Ghibli film I watched? I mean, they're not really anime, but
yeah, I mean, I guess
the first Ghibli film I watched was probably Grave of the Fireflies, which is not exactly a good one to watch for the first time.
No, yeah, that I heard that one is pretty intense. Yeah,
it really is. Yeah, it's good. I like it, but I've only watched it once. The only time I ever watch it again if somebody says, "Oh, like, want to do a movie thing? I want to watch Grave of the Fireflies." Like, okay, I'll watch it, but I won't like watch it under my own accord.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I still want to see it because I haven't seen it. I've heard a lot about it, and it feels like something that I want to see at least once.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have heard that it's pretty intense.
It's pretty intense.
Yep.
I was a kid when I watched that.
Oh no.
So,
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I feel like as kids, I've definitely watched some stuff that I probably shouldn't have watched as a kid. No, like the friend that got me into anime, like we were definitely still underage.
You guys watch hentai?
No, but we did watch a lot of yaoi stuff. That was like a big thing. Yeah. That was like.
Oh, actually, I remember the funniest one I watched when I was a kid was so one of my friend's aunties recommended us like Ninja Scroll because they thought it was a cartoon, like just a kids. It was like 18+ anime, and like that one. First of all, it had like a lot of extreme gore, and also it had like a lot of like not suitable for kids scenes. Let's just say. We're like, what? What is this? It was pretty funny. A fellow. Oh, look, Mary's a yaoi fan as well.
Hey, nice. Yeah, we binged through a lot of that content for sure.
I remember anime went for this really weird era where they did a lot of Yuri stuff.
Yeah,
really
that was
funny.
also a thing.
It was like a whole bunch of them.
Yep.
Oh, rip. Yeah, rip indeed. Actually, you know what? It was okay. It was like we both thought like, whoa, what's going on? But we both like, oh, that's so cool. Look at all these, look at all these gore flying everywhere. And then some of the more risque scene, we're like, oh dang.
Oh, I remember a friend of mine was telling me once how her brother ended up watching a very not safe for work video because it was titled as a cartoon. Like basically their dad, I think, was like he pirated some cartoons for him, and someone apparently had titled it as a, what was that cartoon, the turtle one, the something Frank the Turtle or something. Anyway, so he thought that's what he was gonna be watching, and no one was inspecting that. So yeah, he was exposed to some stuff he probably shouldn't have been. Apparently.
Nice. Opening new doors, yeah, exactly. Open new doors. Yeah.
Yep.
It's okay. It's a rite of passage, I think, when you consume
Yep.
anime, manga stuff.
For sure.
Or get like, you know, dyed in the color, the depravity that is anime
Exactly.
manga.
No, but yeah, it's true. It is a bit of like a. It does feel like a little bit of a rite of passage in a way, in a funny sort of way.
I feel like any anime infused I've watched has what I mean, they might not admit it because maybe they're embarrassed. They've definitely watched their fair share of like, you know, stuff probably.
Questionable stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, look, we're all the same types of people
We're
here.
all made from the same cloth.
You don't need to deny it.
Exactly. Oh no, yeah, we were definitely a bunch of weirdos in that like anime cosplay group situation.
It's like I just say like I'm pretty okay if you have a dirty mind or something like that. I don't judge whether you're male or female. It doesn't matter. You know, one of my friends, she's like unashamedly a perverted person. And on a stream she openly tells about it, and she says, "Oh, actually, yeah, you know what? Like when I hang out with you guys, I hold it back." I was like, "You hold it back?" I was like, "Dang!" I was like,
Nice.
"Wow, no need to hold it back." Like, you know, I mean, we might not reciprocate it the same way some of your friends do, but doesn't mean we're gonna like judge you for it. You can make all the dirty jokes if you want. You're gonna judge.
Nice. Yeah, I kind of get into the spirit of it if like other people start it. Like I kind of, you know, I find it weird to get it going on my own, but like if people start getting into perverted jokes, I will join in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing.
Let's see. Don't know. Maybe I should do this structure. I feel like this illustration's going through that really annoying phase that I really hate with all illustrations.
What's the phase?
The phase is like where you know it looks decent, but now it's like getting it to that finished section, like getting it to a finish, and it's like in the between that phase of like where you got the foundation done and where everything looks really nice. So basically it's like what I call the ugly phase. Render hell. Yeah, render hell. Yeah, basically it's like this
render hell.
This yeah, it's a basically where like things kind of look a bit ugly. It's also where you have to make some pretty important choices, and like it's a lot of experimenting in this phase.
Yeah, I feel like the choices are the hard part, because I feel like when you're in this phase, the choices can still like make or break a drawing, but at the same time it's like also kind of pretty far in.
Yeah, well, if you've done the phases correctly, like there shouldn't be anything that should break it too much, because the piece should look like pretty good, like black and white. Like if I turn it black and white now, her value should stand on its own. It does read, yeah. And as long as that's done, everything else is a bonus. It's just like right now, it's just rendering it, getting the things to be clean. Looks good. Oh, thank you. glad you like it. Yeah, making it all look clean, and I just hate this part. It's just I think it's the part where most people probably procrastinate, because it's like
yep.
Like, because I think a lot of people are just like, oh, I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to like mess it up or something, right?
I have been there 100%.
Yeah. You just gotta. What's the saying? Gotta learn to kill your babies. Love my
Yep.
render. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it.
Oh, an ad popped up on your stream for me now, so I guess it's like automatic.
Eat my ad. I try to make it as short as possible so it's not intrusive. I might like reduce the amount of them if they're getting really annoying.
Oh, did you go into settings to fiddle with it?
Yeah, you can play with it. I reduced it more from the default one. Because I was just like, yeah, I don't really like them that much. And I tried to make them short as possible.
Yeah. It's very frustrating, especially if you're like, because I've had this in when I was talking to some streamers or something, and they're just responding to my question or whatever, and then the ad pops up, and I'm like, I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll see how it goes in the future. If people really don't like it, I can get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair though. I think people are used to it at this point. Like, even though it's sometimes a hassle, I feel like everyone understands why they're there.
Maybe you went on ad mode as well. Sorry. Honestly, if these ads are like really annoying, I'll consider an alternative. Maybe I'll just like, yeah, just leave it as whatever.
I think it's if it's short, it's not that big of a hassle.
You don't mind it? Oh, thank you. I'll make them shorter. I think I can make them shorter. I think it's like 30 seconds right now. Something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty short.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I feel like these days most people do understand that like when content creators have ads or sponsorships or whatever, like even though, you know, there is some frustration to it, I feel like most people really do get that that's where money comes from. And I feel like people are okay with that.
Gotta eat. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's very funny because like back in the old days, like making money off of tutorials, making money where you're just talking used to be really mega frowned upon.
Yeah. I think that's really changed.
Oh, that's definitely changed now. Yeah, it's like standard now. But back in the days, it was mega frowned upon.
Yeah, people are like, he's making money by playing games? What?
Hey man, if I could make money just playing games, I wouldn't mind doing that as a part-time thing. Like, I think that would probably be one of the few times I would consider doing like art as a bit of a part-time thing if I can make money just playing video games.
Maybe that's your new calling.
I don't think I have. I don't have enough
streamer.
of that. I don't have enough of that like that gamer persona to do that. Like,
yeah, that's
that gamer persona and that little like over exaggerating your personality. I don't think I can do that and maintain my sanity.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, games and streaming games is the sanity is
like,
very,
you know, the whole like
risk.
Whoa, oh my word, ah!
Like, whoa, headshots.
I mean, I will put like some games on stream as part of the arts.
Yeah.
Like I'll mix it together, here and there, but yeah. And if people like it that way, then cool. Maybe I can do it as a supplementary thing.
Yeah. I think a lot of people do like variety streams, or that's usually what people call it. I think.
Is that what people like? All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if like everyone likes it. I think it's like a specific audience where like. I think it's kind of like you have some people that like both, and then you have, and other than that, you just end up having like two audiences, sort of.
Right.
At least that's I think I don't have like super concrete examples. That's just sort of like how I kind of figured.
Gotcha. Right. I'll take note of that.
Yeah.
Oh shit! My toolbox is not responding. Pull it in and out.
Uh-oh.
I wonder if it needs a firmware update or something. Hang on. It's completely stopped responding. The software crashed. The software must have crashed. Ah, right.
Wait, toolbox as in Photoshop? Or...
No, Toolbox is like my it's like my drawing assistant tool to replace the keyboard. It's specifically designed for like media people. It's like a it's basically like a device that has like a bunch of knobs and a bunch of buttons, and you can customize like where what they do. Oh, there you go, it's fixed now. And basically, I got this purely to help like pain with arms. You know, like depending on how you place your keyboard, like if your ergonomics aren't very good, you can get like quite a lot of like pain in your elbow and stuff. The toolbox was just a solution to that problem, and also it streamlined my process a lot more. I mean, if you can get used to using it, I feel like it's way better than a keyboard.
Yeah.
Smaller as well, just a little. It's like literally the whole thing fits in your whole hand. You can grab the whole thing with your hand.
Ah, nice. Yeah, that's very handy. Yeah, I really got into like optimizing ergonomics after because at the beginning of last year I messed up my tendons.
Oh, really?
In my right hand.
Oh,
yeah,
damn.
I think it was after transitioning to Cintiq actually.
Really?
Maybe I was already mentioning that. I don't know. Yeah, basically, I think I kind of overdid it, like, because I switched to from Wacom Intuos to a Wacom Cintiq at the beginning of last year, and I guess I just my hand, as like I was used to drawing from my wrist a lot, I think, and then because the angle changed and because like I have a very flexible wrist, also because I used to play the violin.
Oh,
and
that I didn't know.
And I think I used to do that for quite a while actually, but yeah, basically, I think the flexibility enabled me to have my wrist at a really weird angle when I was drawing on Cintiq and like at an angled screen. And I guess I must have like just really overdid it or something, because I had like a really bad pain for quite a while.
Wow.
But yeah, so then I was like really looking into like learning to draw more from the elbow and like how I want to do with the keyboards and how I want to sit, and I went into like that whole rabbit hole for a little bit.
Is it your drawing hand or is it the other hand? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It wasn't the keyboard one. So, but to be fair, I also don't use shortcuts that much compared to a lot of people, I think.
Yeah. I mean, like Mary saying, I hope it's recovered. Is it recovered?
Yeah. It's good. It's good now. Yeah. I mean, I do like try to do my stretches and stuff.
How
and
do
I went
you
to a physiotherapist?
How do you position your Cintiq? Like, what kind of angle is it at? Is it attached to an arm, or is
No,
it
it's
like...
Wait, hang on. I have a photo of it somewhere because I was showing it.
Because mine's attached to like an arm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's. I can show my. I won't show it on stream because my string looks really dirty. Little embarrassing. Let me just show you.
That's okay.
I'll just.
We're all artists here.
Dirty setups.
Wait, how did I have this?
Mary says she gets the pancake from angled down. Yeah, that's another common problem as well. From like...
Yeah, I've heard that one as well. Yeah, that's also something I was trying to avoid with my setup.
I think like when you work on it into what, you don't really have this problem because you're looking up. This is more unique to a Cintiq problem.
Yeah, so it's like an arm. Yeah. I was trying to set up a similar thing actually, but then it felt really unstable with the arm that I did get. So then what I ended up doing was, wait, I'll just pull it on.
Is yours the 27-inch or is yours a smaller size?
It's a 16-inch.
Oh,
so
16
basically,
inch.
what I ended up doing, can you see it?
I can see it. Yeah.
So basically, what I ended up doing was I bought a monitor stand that had an adjustable angle, and
I see.
It had like the same how would you call it? Like the system that screws into it. Like it had the same what is it, like a VESA mounting system or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, I went through a couple of different things before I found this, but I really like this because it like lifts it off the desk just a little bit, so then I have like I can draw from my elbow still.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if it was completely down on a 16-inch tablet, it's really hard to draw from the elbow. So then
Mm,
it lifts it up a little bit, and I'm able to adjust the angle, but like it's really like it's really hard to move the angle. So then it's very stable. I can move it, but it's like a very rough mechanism. So I
right.
find that this works really well for me actually. And it was surprisingly cheap too. So yeah, I ended up being the best option after trying like 5 different things.
Nice. Yeah, I think like because the one I got is an ergotron arm. Um, they're like the go-to ones. They're also quite expensive as well. Um, but they're very stable. Like you can use a little Allen key to like tighten it to make sure that it's more like stable when you
Mm.
draw on it, when you put your
Yeah.
arm on it. I mean, it's not perfect, you know. It does wobble a little bit, but it's like really. I mean, unless that kind of stuff really bothers you, it's not like you can't put your weight. I don't really draw that hard. Like I don't put that much weight on my hand,
Yeah,
but I
okay.
am resting my whole entire arm on the screen as I'm drawing. And then you can
Okay.
just
Yeah, I
like you
mean
can
if
just
it
rotate
doesn't
the
bother.
screen as well and like move it around when you're not that comfortable, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, because for me to like rotate it, I have to kind of move the whole thing.
Yeah,
But the monitor stand is light enough that it's basically just kind of as if I was rotating a
yeah,
a monitor. Like it's not that big of a deal.
yeah. I
Um,
mean, if your setup is
so
fine now, then that's the main
yeah.
thing, really. Like if you're happy with what it is.
Yeah, this is like the first because it took me quite a few months after I got like the hand injured to figure out like a way to really feel comfortable and not like continue doing the same issue that I used to do. So
Yeah.
this was like the first one that actually worked, and I was like, okay, I am not moving it.
Nah, it's good that you found
this
a
this is it. Yeah.
it's good that you found a good solution
Yep. Yep.
to your dilemma.
Mhm. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it would be nice to have a bigger one at some point, but I guess.
Yeah, 16 inch is pretty small. I mean, mine's huge. Mine's
Yeah.
27-inch and it's a bit too big. I think a friend of mine
Mm.
contacted me recently, saying he wants his company actually is gonna help him buy something. He's getting like the 24-inch. I think the 24-inch is a good
Ooh.
size. Not too big,
That
not
could
too
be good.
small.
Yeah.
27. I mean, they don't even make 27. They apparently make 32. And I was like, what kind of crazy person is gonna use a 32-inch
32.
screen?
Jesus. Yeah,
Like
that's insane.
32-inch? I was like, that's like as big as a decent telly. Not to mention, you gotta remember these Cintiqs. So mine's 27-inch, but physically it's closer to like 30-inch simply because like the bevels on the side
Yeah.
makes it
Because it's
really
only the actual screen that's 27, right? Yeah.
yeah. So like it's like really
Yep.
fat and big.
Yeah. Chunky boy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a proper chunky monkey, this one.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I knew that I already like struggled a little bit with drawing from the wrist, so I figured like first of all, it was cheaper to go for the 16-inch,
Mm-hmm.
and second of all, I also figured that like I my arm would hurt too much if I went even bigger, and I guess that was a good idea because even with this one, apparently I already managed to mess it up. Um, so yeah, for now I think I'm good. Maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future.
Yeah,
Good.
but I do think that I wouldn't be able to use this if I didn't have my other monitor as well, because I do really like sometimes just pulling it up on a bigger monitor and looking at it.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if I just had only a 16-inch screen, that would bug me.
Yeah. There's definitely like Cintiqs are good, but I feel like they are also not so good for certain things as well. And I think ergonomics is definitely one thing.
Yep.
So like Mary said earlier, like a lot of common problems with Cintiqs aside from arm problem is posture.
Yep.
Like you lurch forwards quite a bit when you're working, especially when you're getting really engrossed in the work. This is a huge problem. I mean, it can be mitigated if you can like set up your screen so you don't have to lurch forwards as much. Sometimes I like put the angle like to be a little bit steeper. The only downside of me doing that is that like the drawing, my arm isn't as comfortable when it's in that kind of like position, which kind of sucks. So it's like
Yeah, that's kind of why I was experimenting so much with these stands, because on one hand I wanted it to be a little bit steeper, but I also didn't want my arm to get tired. So the
Yeah.
way that I've set it up now, the reason it works, I think, is because I can kind of lean my elbow on the table still, and then it's kind of like my elbow becomes like a pivot point,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
and because it's still resting on the table, then it's not as tiring for my hand either. So it's kind of like a nice sort of, yeah, in between, because it's pretty steep now compared to the flat surface of an Intuos that I used to do.
To us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I worked on an Intuos for a really long time.
I did it for like 5-6 years, I think, and then
Yeah.
yeah, and then I was like, I think after university we saw one of these Cintiqs. I was like, I really want one, essentially, and yeah.
Yeah, I
Liked
was
it.
hoping that maybe getting an iPad would like give me like satisfy that, being able to draw on a screen thing and as like a supplement to my Intuos, but then it didn't really.
Yeah.
So.
It sucks. I had the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hair. You have too much hair. Ah.
Uh-oh. The dreaded hair.
Have to make it look good, otherwise.
Otherwise, everything falls apart. Nah.
Wow.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah. I'm weirdly peckish. I think my breakfast just didn't quite give me enough nutrition.
Time for a snack, maybe.
Buy some flapjack, but that's not really good snack to have. But I might slice one out and nibble
Wait,
on
what's
it.
flapjack again?
It's like baked
I know, but
oats.
I don't remember.
It's like baked oats
Oh.
mixed with honey and sugar.
Yeah. I know. I remember now.
Is it definitely oats? Let me just check that. I need to. It should be baked oats. Golden syrup. Yeah. So it's baked oats with golden syrup and sugar. So it's mega unhealthy.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean the sugar part is unhealthy. The oats are sort of healthy.
how's it healthy? I mean, like my breakfast was overnight oats, loaded
there you
with
go.
like, honey and protein peanut butter and flax seeds, I think. But my problem with this meal is that it's healthy, but it doesn't quite fill my stomach that long.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I always have this problem with oats. I think they give
a lot of people have said that. Yeah.
Yeah, like they give you good amount of nutrition and like calories, but they don't really make you feel full.
Yeah. I guess it also really depends, like when your next meal usually is, I guess.
That is very true. I mean, when did I eat that oat? I had that oat like I guess it was like 6 hours ago, so maybe it was quite a while ago. But
okay, yeah, I mean that's fair then. Yeah,
kind of lost track of time.
Wouldn't last for that long. Yeah. Need to get back into the overnight oats game as well. I've been eating instant oats.
I just think like overnight oats just allows me to have more balanced diet.
Yeah.
Because you can load it with fruits and seeds and protein.
Nice.
Just
very nice.
Yeah, I feel like the instant oats are a little bit harder to do that, or it just doesn't like if you put a fruit on. I don't really like putting warm fruits. I think it's kind of gross.
I think the only fruit that works with that is bananas.
You think so? I think warm bananas is pretty disgusting, but I don't
Is
really.
it? No,
well, I to be fair, most people like it. Most of my friends like it. Like for example, I really hate banana fritters, but a lot of people love it.
Okay.
Do you know
Yeah,
about?
it has like a slightly different vibe when it's warm. Like it's definitely not quite the same. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I like banana. I don't like warm bananas or squishy bananas.
That's fair enough.
Oh, that
Like a
sounds
lot of
so
people
wrong. What I
also
just said.
really like, different kinds of stuff that has like warm apples, like baked apples or like
Oh,
just
apple pies. Yeah, we have apple pies.
yeah. And I don't like that. I like apples, but I don't like warm apples.
Apple
So
pies is. I mean, like you can get cold apple pies here, like like as in like it was cooked. When you buy it, it's cold and you eat it cold. But like fresh apple
okay.
pies, yeah. I'm not a huge apple pie fan, but
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as soon as because like even if it's cooled down after, it's still like the same flavor and texture as
yeah,
like a warm apple, right? Like it doesn't really
yeah.
go back. So
No, 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 no.
yeah. So unfortunately, I mean, I don't like hate it, but it's definitely not my favorite thing.
Apple pies are mega sugary.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
You know what? I one thing I regret when I went to Scotland that I didn't have was some Scotland-made scones. Because like I'm not a huge scones fan generally speaking, but like I'm a bit advocate if like the scone if they're like really well made, and I've had I've had freshly baked scones before and they're good, but like Scottish scones are something else apparently.
I don't think I've ever had a scone.
It's
like I know it exists, but that's about it.
yeah, it's like yeah, it's I baked one before at school because we had to make some, but yeah, they're quite.
It's like a pastry though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of like I guess it's kind of like it's kind of in between bread and donut. I'm not sure that's a good. I'm not sure that's a great comparison.
It's like softer, or
yeah. Well, maybe donut's not a good one. It like kind of crumbles when you bite into it, right? And it's kind of sweet.
Oh, so it's that like the how do you call that dough? The one the kind of dough that croissants have, or no?
No, I need to find a better example. Like, have you had shortbread before?
I think maybe. Not sure because like it might have been called different, but
I'm pretty sure there's a
shortbread. Oh yeah, I think I've had.
Have you had Danish stuff before? Danish pastry?
Wait, let me. Danish. I think I might have, yeah, like with a vanilla filling.
Yeah, honestly, I'm struggling to describe what the texture's like. I don't think I'm gonna.
That's fair enough. Wait, I'm gonna Google it and see if I can get.
I don't know why I said Danish pastry. It's nothing like a Danish pastry.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, I guess based on the visuals, it does look like something in between donut and bread. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't had a really good scone before, but kind of bready. I don't know. Maybe Mary's based in Scotland. I think maybe she can help me out here.
Yes.
Not
Tell us the mysteries of Scottish scones.
Yeah, I'm not very good at describing it.
But is it pronounced scone or scone? Because I've heard people say it's scone.
Yeah, so some people in England do say scones. Like, could I have some scones, please? But it's like dialect. Like, depends on where you're from.
Okay.
She said she's had it a few times. Okay.
Oh.
Like, yeah, I've only had it a few times as well. My food teacher calls it scones. Like, oh, all right, class, we're here to make some scones. It's kind of like the equivalent of like people say in my hometown. So most people in my hometown say Shrewsbury, and then you get these weirdos who say, I'd like to have a ticket to Shrewsbury. Yeah, it's just like.
How did you say it?
I say Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury.
Okay.
So just think of the words like sandshrew and then brie, right?
Okay.
Shrewsbury, right? Shrewsbury, right?
Okay. Shrewsbury, yeah.
But like, yeah, some people say Shrewsbury.
Okay, so it's kind of more like a dragged out. Oh, yeah.
weird way of saying it.
Yeah, I mean, in our dialect, the name of my hometown sounds way different than it actually is spelled and pronounced in proper Slovene. Like, I mean, it's already like a very weird name to foreigners because it has like a bunch of consonants next to each other
Oh
without
my
any vowels
word.
in between.
That sounds like Welsh. Welsh is
Yeah,
like
it's
that
like,
as well.
wait, I can type it in the I'm gonna type it in the Twitch chat. Like that's what it's spelled like.
I don't even know how you even say that.
It's Aidoshchina.
Oh, okay. Ido.
Yeah,
Oh, so the
but
J is silent. Idoshina. Oh,
it's the J is kind of like Y, as if it was a Y.
Idoshina. Oh, okay. That's actually
Yeah.
not as weird to say as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it looks a lot weirder. But then the thing is that like the natives, like in our dialect, we would call it Waidoshna.
Oh, wow.
Which is like, if I spelled it phonetically, more like, I guess, kind of like this.
Why douchna?
Yeah, which is
So,
really funny because you can really tell who's from there and who isn't by how they pronounce it.
it's kind of funny. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Nice.
pretty funny.
Learned something new today.
Yeah.
Why do? Just know that your hometown's like, why do?
Yeah, why do you
Why do you?
why do you have that name?
Why?
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Nice.
Yeah, Slovenian names are really weird when you look at them, but then they don't sound as crazy.
I mean, like, I think, like, at least it's close to how it's spelled. I've seen some languages, and I can't remember which ones they were, where it's spelt away, but when you say it, it's like, what?
Yeah. I think French has a lot of that.
Yeah, French.
Where it's like a
Spanish
5-letter
too.
word, and then it has like one syllable when you pronounce it.
Not sure if Spanish have that as well. I don't actually know.
Maybe a little bit.
Ah, my housemate's cooking. I was like, God damn, it's making me even more peckish.
Tell him to bring you a little bit of what he's making.
I could make like my spicy noodles, but I think like it's getting close to dinner time, so I might just snack on that flapjack or something.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Just like bring it over and eat it, nibble on it. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna eat for dinner today. Huh.
I actually ended up doing groceries earlier, so I am set.
Oh, what's on the menu today?
I don't. I have things, but I haven't decided.
Oh.
I almost forgot my keys at home again.
Oh no.
Almost. That would have been pretty funny.
I froze all that lasagna that I made, so I can't really eat that twice in a day. So.
I mean, technically, you can.
Yeah, I could make teriyaki chicken, but I'm feeling kind of lazy. It's quite easy, but I won't have any vegetables, so it's gonna be a bit bland. Teriyaki chicken.
Ah, yeah, that's fair.
If I had some chicken breast, I could have made some katsu chicken, but that's also effort because I have to fry something. Most of the time, whenever I'm like really stuck to make something and I really can't be bothered, I just make Napolitan, which is a Japanese bastardized spag bowl.
Ah.
I think I told you about it before.
I think so. Yeah.
Everything it uses is like ready-made, artificial. So, for example, rather than using legit sausages or something, you use like frankfurters And then like with the sauce, it's not even, you don't even use an actual tomato. You just mix it with ketchup and Worcestershire sauce and stuff like that. So it's like really quick and dirty.
Oh yeah. You said it was like actual ketchup instead of
Yeah, and I know Italians
tomato
really
sauce.
hate.
Yeah. You would get an earful from an Italian
Yeah.
for sure.
Do they use Worcestershire sauce on their spag bol? I'm guessing they don't use that neither.
I mean, I don't think so. Or if they do, it's probably called something else.
Yeah. I was just
I would
curious.
imagine.
I do like spag bol. I don't know if my spag bol tastes close to the authentic ones. I try to make it as close as possible, but
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like there's so much like cultural mixing with food. I feel like these days, like that, I feel like people just make their own versions of so many different things.
yeah. But
I'm pretty sure that if someone tasted my curry, they would be like, "That's not curry." So I don't know.
yeah. Well, I mean, whatever floats your boat, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly.
like, I think for me, I always like to, whenever I make a new recipe or try something new, I want to make sure that, like, first of all, it's close to the source, and then I modify it afterwards. Yeah, Mary says as long as
Yeah.
it tastes good. This is just a personal
Yeah.
thing, and then I add stuff to it. Like, for example, like, I'm not sure if you've had it before, Mary, but like, I cannot stand Wagamama's food. It's like complete bastardization of Japanese, and I guess it's like Chinese food in there as well. And
Or is
people
that like
people
a
it's a
restaurant
it's an
chain?
English chain.
Okay.
It's quite popular actually. And they make like mix of East Asian cuisine, but like their ramen is it's not very good.
Oh no.
Do they do any Chinese cuisine? I'm pretty sure there's some Chinese cuisine. It was just like yeah. I remember it. It's like so it's like, it reminds me of like, I remember I had a conversation with some white friends, or local, should I say? And I remember they said, "Oh, I really like Chinese food," and I was like, "Oh yeah." And it's like they just refer to takeaway food, and I was like,
Oh, yeah.
You do know that we don't actually eat this. We don't actually eat this every day.
Yeah.
You've only been there once, only tried a ramen, can't remember how it tasted like, so probably not super good. Well, if you can't remember it, then it probably is not very good. Then.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, like I remember they said like, "Oh yeah, like, oh, I really like fried rice. I really like your tom yum," or
Yeah.
I was like, "Yeah, we don't actually eat that stuff. We make that."
Yeah.
Well,
That's
fried
why
rice is
it's...
something we have, but like, yeah, we don't eat that. Of course, now it's different. People are more cultural nowadays. compared to
Yeah.
before.
I think for a long time, yeah, that was like the thing that people just assumed was like, oh yeah, let's grab Chinese, and it was like the takeaway vibe.
Yeah. Because like the actual like Chinese cuisines, I don't know. I think people warming up to it, but I think like people are still a little bit wary of eating like that. It's not to their taste, but taste alignment
Yeah.
compared to the junk food, takeaway junk food.
Yeah, it's way different. Like it's definitely made more to Western standards. I feel like the takeaway.
I
The only
was
stuff
always
that I've
told that
seen
like
is
a German friend told me that like all of the Chinese food is forcibly adapted to German tastes. Apparently, like
I think the Netherlands does the same. Yeah.
is that what they do as well? Like they make it like to find authentic Chinese food is apparently very difficult. Because here it's not too hard in the UK, I think. But apparently in Germany, like it's forcibly adjusted to German taste. I mean, she's German
I
herself,
think...
so that's taking the word for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how hard it is because I haven't like properly looked into it, but I know that a lot of restaurants are definitely like Dutchifying a lot of food, yeah, like making it less spicy or like different spices or different
Oh, I love
sauce
spicy food. Yeah, like Chinese spicy food is so good, and then whenever they tone it down, it's like no.
No, give it back.
Yeah, like if like I don't get a chance to eat it very often in restaurants with like mapo tofu is like not spicy. I'm like, no, make it more spicy. If the mapo tofu is not spicy, it's not right.
It's not its full form.
No. All right, I'm gonna get a flapjack. Be right back. I talk about
Okay.
food too much right now.
Yeah, sounds
Be right
good.
back, everybody.
Are you also drawing on the side, Mary? Nice. What are you drawing? Oh, nice. Chibi. Also for like a VTuber thing, or? It's looking more and more 3D. Yeah, I'm trying to slowly build up a little bit of 3D-ness, but I'm trying to not overdo it because I do want it to still have like a very flat sort of look, I guess. So it's kind of a very gradual build up to more 3D.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I get what you pay for.
Is it not a very good flapjack?
No. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
That'll do. That'll do.
It will do.
It will do until dinner time.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck I'm gonna eat for dinner.
Gonna be a last minute choice.
Yeah. It'll have to be something really quick, I think.
Yeah. No, I definitely I have days where I really don't feel like cooking, and I kind of what I started to do was like really grab groceries for really simple meals for days like that, because otherwise what ends up happening is what happened yesterday, which is ordering takeaway. Which is not good. It shouldn't happen very often because it's expensive.
Yeah, I'm too broke to afford takeaway. So I just tend to like, if I'm craving a certain food, I was like, can I learn to make this? As long as it's not too complicated, I can like kind of make it.
Yeah. No, I try to avoid it as much as possible, but it's definitely something that I'm not good at. Like takeaway is too tempting.
Yeah, well, it's just there, isn't it? It's like easy to access. It's like
exactly. But yeah, I'm trying to do it less and less.
You're making me want to take away now.
No, I said nothing.
The sad thing is like, this is like the worst takeaway. I can literally just drive 2 minutes to a McDonald's.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably walk 2 minutes and get to a McDonald's. Like, everything is very close where I am. Which is good, but also not good, because then it's very easy to be tempted to do that sort of stuff.
Oh, man. Oh, Mary says, puts a day's worth of food in the cooker in the morning, because 2 days to cook. Oh, is it one of those,
Or like slow cookers.
Yeah. I think my mom has one of those. Yeah, so I imagine it's just
I
so.
think my brother has it, yeah. He was mentioning it.
They are pretty good because, yeah, you can just toss it in there, not think about it,
Mm.
and they're pretty healthy as well as long as you put decent ingredients.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, it's really, really easy to make chicken in that, and it's like
Mm. I
really
think
good to use in multiple stuff.
I think one of my friends says the only critique he had for it is that like it doesn't matter how much you season it or flavor it, they all have a similar taste profile.
Oh, okay.
I've
Interesting.
never had one before, so I don't quite know what it's like, but
Nope, no idea either.
I do wish I
Yeah.
had one.
Yeah, same. I think it would be very nice. Or even because I used to have a rice cooker as well, but then it broke. So
No.
now I just make my rice in a normal pot like a savage person.
Oh god. I'm shaking my head.
Yeah, my roommates are shaking their heads as well.
And they're not even Asian, right?
They are,
Oh,
both of
they
them
are.
actually.
Oh.
One of them is Chinese and the other one is Indonesian.
Oh yikes. Well, you're getting
So they're
judgment from
both
me,
judging me.
and I believe I believe marriage. Yeah, we're all Asian here. We're judging you
Oh.
hard.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm getting hardcore judgments.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I could probably borrow one of their rice cookers at some point.
yeah, just
Just
yeah,
like
as
a
long as you
pet.
clean it up, it's fine. Those things are like last for a lifetime.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think I made the mistake of I think I once washed the pot that's inside the rice cooker in a dishwasher, and it kind of messed it up. Um,
Ooh. Ooh. Why would you do such a sacrilegious thing? I guess you don't really know.
oh, I
So that's
didn't know
fair.
that was a
Yeah,
bad
to be
thing.
fair, like a lot, unless you get told that, you don't actually really know.
No, yeah, I didn't. I never had a rice cooker before I moved to the
Mm.
Netherlands. It was the first time that I actually bought one for myself. Because, like, I think my family, the way we made the rice was very, like, the Italian way with, like, risottos and stuff, which
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just making it in, like, a pan or a pot or whatever. So then I just got one when I came here because I saw people, hey, I was like, oh, that looks cool. I just
By the way,
didn't know you were not
I was just
supposed to
joking
do
about
that.
the whole thing. Like, I think
No, no,
probably
it's okay.
chances of what happened was that when you put it through the dishwasher, it probably ruined the non-stick material.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what
And then
happened.
whenever you boil in rice, it just like sticks like crazy and just ruins all your rice.
Yep. Yeah, that's basically exactly what happens. But lesson learned. I know. Now I know that you're
To be
not
fair,
supposed to do it.
like as much as I can like rip into anyone who doesn't use a rice cooker, I think like if people like the rice profile, because like when you cook a rice from a pot, it gives a very specific texture
I guess
profile,
so, yeah.
and if people like that texture profile over the rice cooker one, it's like all right, that's fair. Um,
Yeah, I don't mind it because yeah, I often just like end up kind of cooking stuff with it as well. Like I don't know. I mean, the way my family always made risottos and stuff, we kind of like, for example, if we want to make like a chicken risotto, right? Like we made chicken in a pan and then basically just added rice and water to it, so it kind
mhm.
of all cooked together.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
in that case, it makes sense, right? So yeah, with that sort of stuff, I think I kind of prefer it. But when you do want just rice with nothing, like then I feel like it's a little bit better with a rice cooker.
So when you gonna buy a rice cooker?
Yes, when I'm rich.
um, it just makes
It's
life
okay.
easier. Rice cookers do. If you
Mm,
buy a good brand, they
true,
last for a long time.
true, true, true. Yeah, I'll probably get one at some point. I also don't have a toaster anyway, so I'm very.
I haven't used
I'm
my
just.
toaster in like 7 months, so I don't really eat
Yeah,
bread though. So
I just don't have a bunch of things.
do you guys not share your utensils in your household?
um kind of sometimes yes, but one of the roommates, ever since the beginning, she's been very like insistent on keeping her specific dishes as like she washes them separately and she dries them separately. So I just
Oh,
sort of don't mess with that. I'm like, okay, you do you. It's your thing.
that's kind of a bit weird, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. People have different
Are they a hygiene freak
different
or
ways
something?
of doing things.
Never.
I don't know. I think more just like very insistent in her own ways of doing things or something.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know. To each their own.
Yeah, each in their own.
But yeah, I mean, I think if I asked, like, hey, can I use the rice cooker? Like, she probably would lend it to me. But it's just
Yeah, no. To be fair, I can understand why you're hesitant to do it. When you have like a housemate who's like very protective of their stuff, like you're more reluctant to use it because you know for a fact that like there's any doubts of scratch or something around, they're gonna like kick up a fuss about it. So like, it's just easier to not use it at all.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't want to mess anyone's stuff up.
Back door. Oh, nice. You're back. I didn't even know you even left.
Well, welcome back.
We were just talking about rice cookers.
Yep.
But yeah, like I think like some people, yeah, if they're just like very protective of their stuff, it's better to just not ask. Was at my bad. Wait, has it been 45 minutes already?
I haven't seen it this time.
Seems iPhone 14 is out.
Maybe I just missed it.
Oh. I didn't even know that's the number they're on.
Yeah, it went super fast. I still feel like they were on 11 yesterday.
Are you guys Apple users? Apple users?
The only Apple product I have is the iPad. I don't like Apple.
Oh, I don't think I've ever had a phone before. I had just the iPad. Android. Oh, look, Android. Okay, winners. All Androids here. Was Apple user. Ah, nice. So you converted to the good side. Excuse me.
Yes. Apple is clearly the dark side.
Well,
no, I never even.
I mean, like, jokes aside, like, the reason I don't use Apple is purely because they're just expensive as F.
Yep.
One thing I will give credit for Apple is their longevity of their products, both from a technical standpoint and also from a user service. So like usually their stuff lasts for a long time because they're built kind of strong. Secondly, and probably the most important thing, is that like you'll get support for your like technically redundant Apple product for like quite a lot of years before they stop servicing it.
Yeah.
You don't get that with majority of Android phones. Most of them just like after 3-4 years they just go like, yeah, your phone's done, get a new one. Whereas Apple keep the service for like 10 years, I think, usually.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
To be fair, if I was someone that like really relied on my phone and its camera and like really spent a lot of time on it, maybe I would consider investing in an Apple phone. But I don't know, for me phone is not as it's not as important to me as my PC, so it's just I don't see a reason to invest that much money in it, I guess.
Yeah, well, we're just abnormal, aren't we? So
maybe.
I toss my phone like God knows where as soon as I get home, and then people call me and go like, why do you answer your phone? I'm like, sorry, I just tossed it.
Oops.
Yeah, PC. Yeah, see America is a PC is the way to go.
Yeah, that's why I've installed WhatsApp on my PC as well, because people, I don't know if it's how it's in UK, but in Netherlands people use WhatsApp a lot.
We do use WhatsApp here a lot.
Yeah, because Slovenia, for example, doesn't really.
What do they use? Messenger.
Yeah, just Facebook Messenger, I guess, or just text messaging, I guess. I don't know.
Pick up a call. Who does that? My mum.
Yeah.
She still calls.
My mum doesn't.
She still calls me. My mum's old school. Wow. She uses those weird WeChat voice messages. I mean, that's how most Asian parents like talk to each other, to their kids or something. They use the voice thing, which I think is still weird. But I kind of have a choice because I can't write Chinese.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, makes sense then. Yeah, my mom doesn't use her phone at all. Like, she's just kind of off the face of the earth. You can only reach her on Facebook occasionally.
Oh yeah, I think that's weird to do the voice. Yeah, like they love it because it's like you don't have to like dedicate yourselves to a call, but they can leave a voice message. But it feels really weird when you have a conversation of it because it doesn't flow very well, right? The when you're talking via the voice thing. But I just do it just because my mom does it.
So wait, is it like a recording a message thing, or is it
Yeah.
text to voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's recording a message. That's all it is. But
Okay.
like, I don't know if your parents do it, but with I think it's common amongst Asian what? Yeah, it's just some tea. Asian parents they like to like leave voice messages rather than texting the message. I think it's just because it's faster than typing. And
Fair
then you
enough.
reply the same way back. So it's like leaving voice message of each other, but like at the pacing of like as a conversation.
I've only done that with friends. I haven't done that with my family.
I don't do that with friends because I think it's kind of weird to do.
Yeah, I didn't used to do it, but then some people started doing it, and I ended up actually kind of liking it because
Oh.
it's I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's like there's like no flow in the conversation, which is nice, but I find it even weirder when like someone wants to say a lot and then they write a bunch of different texts.
Oh yeah.
And if you want to respond to all of it, that's just like, a lot of texting, and then the flow is even weirder because then you're sort of responding to like 5 things at the same time in text. So I feel like for those sort of things, voice messages are really nice. Like if someone just wants to, I don't know, give you an update or something.
I guess so,
um,
yeah.
I feel like it's just nice to just sort of record it and send it instead of like. And also, I don't know, I didn't used to feel this way. I used to prefer texting because I thought it gave me more time to like put my thoughts into words. But now I kind of have gone away from that. I kind of prefer when I can actually like, hear the person's voice, because I feel like otherwise it's I don't know, it's just like in text there's so many parts like of the conversation that don't get across.
True.
Like it's just very funky, and yeah, I don't know. Like especially if it's like an important conversation, it's just kind of I don't know. Like I've had fights with people through texts, and that's the worst thing because you can really not like understand half of what they're trying to say, and it's just yeah, I don't know. It's really made me convert.
I mean, to be honest, yeah, by that point, you might as well just like call someone if they're like texting that kind of stuff via
Yeah,
text. But yeah,
you'd think so, but younger generations don't really do that. Like they just text.
yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's hard to tell the emotion. Like, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like maybe it's because I'm old. I don't know, but like, I feel like if you have something super important to say, that's like really important, and you want to get the point clearly and
Yeah.
properly, you just do a quick call or something. As long as they're not,
Yeah,
as long as you ask them like, oh, is it okay to do a call?
yeah,
Just to
yeah,
see a proper
obviously.
update, because like even the voice messages are not perfect.
No,
The
no.
tone of it is not quite right sometimes, as in like not the tone, the flow, and also the emotional aspect is not quite right. You can't tell if they're being passive aggressive or not. Yeah, that's very true.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
yeah. Text messages like are so hard to interpret anything, and like even voice messages, you can hide, like you can disguise like the tone of your voice to make it sound nicer, right? Like as if like if you're being passive aggressive, but like when you're on the phone live, it's a bit harder to
Yeah.
do that unless you're like super skillful at like hiding
Yeah, yeah, like
your your your
your
intent. Sorry, I'm
real
like having a
intentions.
brain fart there. Yeah, your
Yeah.
intent. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. It really is the best, like to do it live. And I mean, I don't know. I used to think differently because I think, um, as a like I was a very socially anxious teen, and then in uni as well. And in that aspect, it makes it easier to sort of say stuff through text because it's well,
Mm.
it's like it gives you time to think. You can like, you don't like they don't have to see your face, etc., etc. And but like the more I get over it, the more I'm actually realizing that like in a way it's kind of the opposite. I feel like having someone talking to someone face to face, or at least in real time, it's in a way easier to eliminate the potential misunderstandings of a
Yes.
conversation.
Yeah.
So it's actually yeah, it's funny how it kind of turned around.
It's because like when you're on the call, it's more awkward, right? Like for a lot of socially awkward people, like most artists, the awkwardness of being unable to say things concisely is like quite strong, and so like text or even voice messages kind of give you that brief sort of like relief, right? But when it comes to like you say, probably communicating your intent, it could easily get lost.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know. I think like because I've been forced in a situation where I have to talk on phone quite a lot. For example, I used to have a fear of talking to, like, this is a long time ago, like, you know, people, if there's a problem with phone or some technical thing, I used to get like anxiety talking about my problems about it. Now, like, if I'm, you know, if I feel like they've done me wrong, I can be like a proper prick. I was about to say something else. If necessary, just because, like, as long as I only do that if they're like, if I feel like they're
actually...
screwing us over. Yeah, I don't do it by default because
yeah, no, it makes sense.
I'm not that much of a prick. So like when it's necessary, I can do it. But like making these phone calls is like a lot easier just because I had to do it so much out, not by choice.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm kind of changing the topic a little bit. I feel like this is where doing like non-art jobs is kind of beneficial to your development, your soft skills, as they call it.
Yep. Yeah. No, I had the same experience, I think.
Yeah, because you worked in customer service, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, it was like a half retail, half customer service sort of job where I was like answering emails and phone calls, but also took walk-in customers. So it was like, yeah, it was a bit of like a...
That sounds terrible.
It was terrible. But yeah, no, that definitely, like, I mean, but it was already, like, by then I was already a little bit better at it than I used to be. And I think in some ways I'm kind of grateful to my mom for that part, because she kind of forced me, like, because I know for a lot of like my peers, their parents like ended up, you know, making their phone calls for them in their teens or something.
Yeah.
And my mom was just like, no, do it. I was like, no, don't make me. But I did end up learning, even though I was terrified.
Yeah.
I did end up, just learning how to do it. And then I remember later on when my friends in their 20s were still like, oh no, I don't want to call. I was like, give me here, I will call
Give
for
it
you.
to me. Yeah. And they're like, oh.
It's fine.
They're
You
like...
kind of just develop that attitude of like, you know what? I'm never gonna talk to this person again. Who cares?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And like, you know, as long as you don't make their, well, if you know, as long as, how can I say it, if they're doing their job fine, and it's like, okay, so for example, let me tell you a little story that happened to me on Thursday that almost made me lose 10 years of my life.
Oh no.
So as you already know, in the UK or across Europe, we are having an energy crisis where our bills are going up, etc., etc. And basically, I got a little warning from the energy company that said, hey, like, gotta give the readings and stuff. And I was like, all right, that's fine. I barely do my readings because it's so awkward to do in this place. But so I submitted my readings, and I remember when I logged into my account to submit my readings, suddenly it just said like, oh, you owe us £2,100 of electric. I was like, what? Because we already pay like quite a bit, and I was like fuming. And then I looked at my usage. It says, oh yeah, you've been using £500 worth of electricity since March. I was like, get out of here. And I got really angry. So like, I went on their Twitter. I posted some stuff. I probably shouldn't have done that because it's on my art account.
Oh no.
And it didn't stir anything up. I just said like, basically like, look, I owe 2k, and I've been paying apparently £500 of bills because we was only paying like a fraction of it. And I was like, oh my word, am I gonna have like a 2k debt when I leave this accommodation, right?
Yikes.
And I was like getting proper frustrated. I was in like such a terrible mood that day. That was on Friday. No, Thursday. And then like, I was like, excuse me. I was like, all right, after talking to some work colleagues, I was like, all right, I'm gonna do some homework. I'm gonna like really see if they're just trying to screw me over, or if there's something went wrong. And I tried to like get the statistics on basically how much our usage was. And when I looked at my like readings, I quickly noticed because so my meter is a day. You know those day and night meters where you have to give a peak meter reading and off peak meter reading. So there's like two readings.
I think I've heard of it, but I haven't had it.
Okay, so like this meter has two readings, or it's supposed to only have two readings. However, it actually has three readings, right? And I realized quickly that like I submitted the third reading, not the second reading. So this third reading is like really high. I was like, oh, okay. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to make a phone call about this because I can't change it on my end. And then I did the phone call, and the guy who answered it, first of all, he's a really pleasant lad. He's really cheery. And then like he's confirming my email, and then he saw my name, my email, which was Ying Dragoon, which is a really old email. And he goes like, "Are you a fan?" I was like, "What? Excuse me?" And he goes like, "Are you a fan?" And I was like, "Oh, of what?" He goes, "Oh, Dragon Ball." I was like, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah, I like Dragon Ball." He goes like, "Oh yeah, I love Dragon Ball." And like, and he's like, I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." I was like, "What else do you watch?" He was like, "Ah, yeah, I watch Naruto, I watch Bleach, and like it was a dark. I've watched a bit of it, Cloverfield or a Dark Clover, all this stuff." Okay. I was like, "Oh, okay." It's like this guy's is a weeb. Nice.
Okay.
He sounded kind of American. I was like, "Why am I getting American from my thing?" But it turns out that like he's from South Africa. And,
okay.
Yeah, and yeah, he solved my problem. He was like super nice about it, and yeah, he nice. Like it was just really pleasant. And then basically,
oh, that's cool.
After that fun conversation, I looked at my account again, and now it went from owing £2,000 to them owing me 300 quid.
Oh, that's great.
Anime saves the day. Yeah, anime saves the day.
Oh yeah, like found the kindred spirit on the other side of
that's just so random because like
I love that.
Yeah, because like I'm pretty sure these guys get their calls monitored, so like yeah, it was pretty funny.
But like, did he? I mean, like, did he like go out of his way to solve your problem, like, or was it something that would be solved?
No, it should have been something that would have solved anyway, simply because it was a misinput on my end, and it is on a website that you can get it looked at.
Okay.
But yeah, I was like, oh man, like
that's a more pleasant experience out of it, at least.
Yeah, because like I was just like I just remember saying to myself, I was like, what is this? What is this rubbish? Just as I'm about to prepare to like start like a full-time freelance career, I get saddled or something like this.
Oh, that would be awful.
Yeah, but luckily it was all good. And I'm like really happy that it resolved itself. I was like so really.
What's that? There's like a Vine or something. It's like, I have the power of God and anime on my side.
I always feel like God's forsaken me since I was a child, but
well, anime hasn't, clearly.
Apparently not. No.
Nice. Yeah, a friend of mine was ranting to me recently because Netherlands has this thing where you can apply for like how do you call it, like a supplement from the government.
Oh yeah, we have something
for stuff like insurance and whatnot, and it's based on your income.
Oh yeah.
And he forgot to write down that he was still working at a company at the beginning of the year, and then basically like what that meant is that they paid him too much of that supplement, and then he had to like pay back like a 1,500 or something. It was like a pain in the ass.
Damn.
I can't even imagine.
Is there nothing you can do about it? I guess it's not.
I mean, he said he was gonna contact them, but this was technically his mistake, so yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he ended up resolving anything. I'm not sure.
That sucks.
Yep.
My dad was able to get a few £100 back because they charged the wrong rate. Oh, really? Oh, nice.
Oh, that's a nice one.
I guess technically that's what I did as well, but I just like sort of like didn't. Basically, I just wasn't having it. I was ready to like stir some shit. If they were adamant that I had to pay that much.
Oh yeah.
I was like getting really close. I was like, oh my word, no.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
About to.
And then like what I did afterwards is like, because the person did reply to me on Twitter, and
Okay.
said like, well, you know, you've been consuming more and more, and I just remembered like I just replied saying like, look, I've been using the same electricity, and you're telling me that I'm using 3 times more. I was like, are you?
That's.
I can't remember how I said it. I
no
think I
way.
said like, do you know what you're saying? Like I was kind of being like really like busy about it, and like, you know, like I was like, do you know what you're saying? Anyways, after the misunderstanding
No.
got cleared, I went on Twitter and said like, oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Aw.
I said I'm so sorry, because like, you know, because like it wasn't their fault, and the person said, oh, it's fine, you weren't rude, you just frustrated, I get it. It's like, because I like to like make sure I clean up after myself if I've done something stupid or
Yeah,
like
fair
wrong.
enough,
Yeah.
That's a good way. That's a good mentality, I think. Yeah. Yeah, because at the end of the day, usually the people that actually work in customer service are not the ones that have any power
Yeah.
over this anyway.
Exactly.
That's the whole thing, right?
Exactly.
So it's
because I've worked in customer service before, so I know like
Yeah,
what it's like to be in there, and so I wanted to make sure that like they didn't feel like crap for their like weekend. So you know, just clean up after
Yeah.
myself and yeah, sorry, I
No, yeah,
screwed up.
that's nice. It happens to the best of us. Losing our cool. Yeah, I once had like a months-long back and forth with internet company back in Slovenia because they were being really, really dumb. Like, what happened was the contract was addressed to an old roommate of ours, but he left and was like, "Yeah, it's okay, just leave it in my name. You know, like you have my number. If something happens, it's fine."
Okay.
And then let me think how it went. Yeah, at some point basically we stopped receiving bills for the internet, and I was like, but the internet was still working. So, you know, I mean, obviously it would have been nice to have free internet, but I did call and I was like, you know, like what's happening? We're not receiving bills. And yeah, basically, yeah, I was trying to get in touch with someone like multiple times, and each time they were like, oh wait, yeah, I'm not sure, I will put you through to someone. And then they put me through and nothing happened. Or they said, we're gonna call you back, and they never called me back. And I tried this like a couple of times, and then after, you know, nothing was happening, I was like, well, okay, you know, at this point, I tried. If you wanna, if you want me to have free internet, I mean, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
But then what happened was then a couple of months later, we just received like immediately, without like any, you know, warning or whatever, we just received a bill, but it wasn't even just like a normal bill. It was basically already from like a lawyer's office. They were like,
word.
It was like they were straight to the lawyer's office, and I called and was like, what? I, you know, tried to get in touch with you. What is going on? And they were like, yeah, this account was actually terminated like a couple of months back by the owner of the account. And I was like, huh? He didn't say anything. And you guys didn't return the router. And I was like, first of all, I didn't know we had to return the router because no one told me. Second of all, I asked the roommate if he terminated something. He said he didn't. So it was, yeah, basically then I ended up arguing with them for like a couple of months about what we actually had to pay and not, and like whether we could still return the router, because we didn't know this was happening. And yeah, basically it ended up not working. Like we just ended up splitting the fee among all the roommates that were involved in the situation.
So you guys couldn't get away with it?
No, we couldn't. We were trying. Like I went there in person, I brought a router, I was like, look, we didn't know, is there anything that can be done? And there was just like, whoever I got in contact with basically didn't even have the authority to help me. So it was just, yeah, it was like a back and forth for like a couple of months of just absolute bullshit. Then we just gave up. We were like,
yeah, that
yeah, okay,
sucks.
whatever.
First time I've heard of needing to return the router. Yeah, so like I think like most, you don't have to return it, but I think like at least some companies here in the UK, when you return it, you because usually you pay a termination fee or something when you exit,
Yeah.
and I think it just some companies cancel it out when you give it back to them or something like that. But
Yeah,
yeah, in your
yeah.
case, that's pretty insane. I don't know what to say about
Yeah,
that.
it's just weird that they didn't inform us, like, because I would have done something if I knew.
Well, was this?
But
Was this back at your? Is this in Netherlands or was this in
no, I was still in Slovenia. Yeah,
Slovenia?
yeah. And later on, the mobile repair store that I worked at actually had a contract with the same internet company as well. So I got to witness a little bit of like the behind the curtains operations of this company.
Yeah.
And it made perfect sense for why it was a mess, because that was an absolute shitstorm.
Oh my word!
So
What happened?
yeah, I just saw like how my coworkers were getting instructions from that company on what to do things, because it's the same company also sells like phone data packages and stuff. So it kind of like they were basically contracted to work with them as a mobile store thingy.
Right.
And every time they were giving instructions, or like anytime they were supposed to call there and make something work, every single time it was just absolutely impossible and a mess, and just
Wow.
yeah. So even as employees, it was a mess.
How are these people in business?
I don't know. It's very weird.
Maybe there's like nothing, no alternative or something.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty prominent provider, so I don't know. Very strange. Maybe some people just don't really look into it that hard or something.
Yeah, maybe.
That was a pain in the ass.
Sounds terrible.
I still, whenever I walk past the stores of that company, I look at the sign angrily.
I can imagine. Greeting Shalom. Thank you for sharing your beautiful illustrations and talent. Thank you.
Oh, is that on the YouTube chat?
Yeah. I've not been really good with keeping track of that one. I haven't got enough real estate on my second monitor.
I'm gonna need a third monitor for this.
It's not outside the realms of possibility. I mean, most streamers do have 3 monitors. Like, I know maybe not artists, but like game streamers, they usually have 3 monitors.
Yeah, it is very helpful. I can imagine now.
Actually, is my YouTube still? Oh yeah, it is still streaming. Oh yeah, I just paused it. Okay. Oh. Okay.
How's your drawing coming along?
It's gotten to a point where I can't really tell anymore. Like,
Oh, no.
as in, like, I'm pretty sure I'm doing stuff to it. But because like the base of it is already there, it doesn't feel like much is changing. But I'm pretty sure stuff is changing on it. I'm just not really paying attention to it.
Yeah,
I mean, like, what did I start with? Because I mostly just worked on like.
Okay, yeah, it's like tightening it up, I guess.
Yeah, like the hair. Yeah, the feathers on the arm. The feathers at the bottom.
Nice.
A lot of progress. Oh, thank you. It's like when you're at this stage, you kind of can't tell. It becomes a bit mushy. At least to me, it does.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I like that the inside of her hair is lighter though. It's like, I don't know. It has like a nice feels like see-through or something. It's cool.
Yeah, nice and ethereal. I might what I might do is like slice it up a little bit, as in like get some whites in here like this.
Mm-hmm.
To,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
make it look
Oh
a bit
yeah, that'd be cool.
thinner.
I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
break it up, and maybe in this hair, just like put some bit of whites here and there, just to find some thin parts. Oh. As much as I like this character, excuse me, is a real pain to draw. The reason why I haven't painted her like more than once is because it took me so long to make the original.
Yeah, all the bad
I made you yawn as well. I'm sorry. It was involuntary.
Yawns are contagious.
Yeah, I don't think I slept super well yesterday, but it's all good. Maybe I should drink.
Yeah.
What time is it?
Some tea or coffee.
I don't have any coffee, so I can only drink tea.
Yeah. Does it work like equally well for you to drink tea instead of coffee?
No, because tea has a lot less caffeine content.
Yeah, it is right. Yeah, I thought so.
It's not bad, but basically, like, if I want to have the same effect as 1 cup of coffee, I'll probably need to drink like 2 teas, right?
At least you're getting hydrated, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the hydration I'm drinking right now is mostly from the green tea that I made, because I just keep topping it up. And
there you go.
But yeah, the caffeine content on green tea is quite low.
Yeah, fair enough. Although I do notice that if I drink green tea in the evening, it does still kind of affect. I mean, not always, but it can sometimes affect me falling asleep if I drink it too late.
Yeah, I think that's what happened to me yesterday as well. It didn't. I don't struggle to go to sleep from drinking green tea, but I think what it does is that it kind of ruins the quality of my sleep.
Yeah, it's more like I guess like a jittery sort of sleep or something.
Yeah. I do have decaf coffee, but that's kind of pointless right now.
Yeah, then it's just the flavor without any effect.
Well, decaf does actually have caffeine in it. They can't. Oops. They can't.
All of them, or are there at least some completely
What's
without
going on?
it?
Hang on, give me a second.
Okay.
What's this? Oh no, is that Photoshop's doing that thing again? Crap.
Like freezing up, or
No, it does this weird thing where like keys don't respond. It's just my keyboard. Oh no, it's my computer doing it.
Oh no.
I feel like something's wrong with my computer. Sometimes the inputs don't work.
That's weird.
Wait, is it affecting
Does
this?
it like come back after a while?
Man.
Or?
I think if I quit Photoshop, give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, I can't use shortcuts anymore. Okay, that's fun. Oh my god, please stop.
On Photoshop, you can do it.
I can't type at all. Are you kidding me?
What?
Yeah, none of my keys are working. Because it doesn't work on browser as well. This is definitely a issue with my PC, and it does it when I'm working after a while, which is really annoying.
Oh, is it? What if you unplug and replug the keyboard?
I just tried that. I think I just need to
good.
kill Photoshop completely first.
Yikes.
No, my keyboard's still jacked up. Oh, come on, are you serious?
No.
Ah. I can't. Yeah, shortcuts just don't work. Well, I don't really want to restart the PC.
What if you try to I mean, I don't know if there's a way to do it for a keyboard, but I know that sometimes when I wanna reset, like if a Wacom isn't working, I go into the services thing and then like stop and restart it there.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that would work for a keyboard also.
The problem is I can't type it.
Ah, right. Oh no.
Like literally nothing on the keyboard is working.
Oh, that's a pain.
I'm not sure if I should really format my PC at some point because I feel like
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that would
okay,
help.
the Windows key still works. Oh, okay, if I hold down shh. Oh wait, is it okay now? Oh, it's okay now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You're good. Was it the Windows key that fixed it? Oh my word, are you serious?
Was it just the Windows key?
I just mashed the Windows key, yeah, and I think it fixed it.
Huh? That's so weird.
Alright, well, hang on. Sorry
Well, I
for
mean,
the
if it
technical
works.
problems, everybody.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Let's double check. Oh yeah, it's all good now. All right. Saved by the Windows key.
Nice.
Who?
Yeah, I remember at some point I had like similar issues with my old laptop where it's not that the keyboard completely stopped functioning, but it just kind of like types different things than it was supposed to.
Yeah, that's kind of a similar problem I had. Well, in this case, it wasn't typing anything, but it was basically it was putting completely different inputs when I was pressing
Yeah.
different, which is why my sound was going bonkers because it was acting as if I was
Weird.
pressing a different key. Just
Yeah, I don't know why that happens.
I feel like it's the OS doing that, or maybe the motherboard is doing that. But yeah, that was really annoying. I'm glad it's resolved itself now.
Yeah.
Oh my
nice.
word. Like
Yeah,
normally I would just restart my PC, right? But because I'm on stream, I was like, I don't really want to do that.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
Okay, back to it.
Yay, resolved.
Whew. Oh yeah, what I was gonna do, I was gonna save a whip shot of this. I need as much whip shots of this.
Oh yeah.
Fred. How's yours going?
Pretty okay. I'm kind of like trying to figure out, because I kind of like the level of render it has. I don't want to go too much further, but I'm kind of struggling with the fact that I kind of feel like her face doesn't have any detail now, but I don't know, maybe that's just because I'm used to rendering a lot of details in the face.
Oh man, it's like really small.
So now
I see.
So
but like so one thing I've realized with when you do this sort of style, and it's kind of something I learned from doing a more anime style recently, is that like, for example, if I look at any artist who like Pixiv or something, 'cause it's loaded with like Asian artists, when they do these anime style, the face is usually like quite kind of flat looking, I guess. And when they do shading, it's like very simple, and the way they offset it is like the higher level detail is done in like the hair or the clothes or something.
Maybe then if I add more details like to the hair and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think the face looks pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, like it's super small as well, so it's like kind of hard for me to see. But when you zoomed in for my initial impression, I thought like it looks fine.
I can screenshot it for a little bit of a better view. There you go.
Okay, that's much better.
Yeah, because the reason why I made the dress super simple is because I kind of wanted it to have a little bit of like that vibe of like the teapot, where it's basically almost like it's made of hard material.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. I mean, how
but
soft do you want the facial features to be? I'll put this on. I'll put this on my screen whilst I'm talking about this, for reference.
oh yeah, good idea.
Because like, okay,
mean-
so one thing, as this is just an idea, and I don't think this is necessarily a solution because it really depends on what you are trying to capture with this. So,
Okay.
for example, like here in the hair, I noticed you got some nice dark, sort of like line variety going on here, right?
Yeah.
But it's like completely missing on here. And more precisely, it's not as dark here in the eyes, the darkest point of the eyes. You could possibly add that in there, maybe. However, if you're going for like a more like super soft sort of facial features,
Yeah.
then that might not be a desired result. So I don't actually know like which one.
Yeah, I think I kind of want it to be like not have those darks.
Okay.
Like I really wanted to keep those darks to really like the yeah, like the areas where I already put it in, like because it's kind of like a line arty ambient occlusion thingy.
Okay.
And kind of keep the rest fairly soft, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean, like
if I just make some of the shadows a little bit
yeah,
harder, so that's
I
not
mean,
all like soft.
you could try adding like this is small things you can add. You can add like see the braid, the pony, the
Ponytail?
is it ponytail? Is it a ponytail? No, it's not really a
Or wait.
ponytail. It's more like a twin tail, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like on her twin tail, you got like these. It's not that many, only 4 lines. Like maybe you could have some, just a little bit here on the top part of the head here, to match the level of detail of the hair of the twin tail on her hair, not on her face.
Wait, are you showing anything more specific anywhere? Because I only see like the.
Well, I'm putting my cursor over it, so I'm not sure if you can see.
Okay. Yeah, I think
so
it's just a
like,
little bit small, so maybe. I
okay, so like, so you got some lines here to show
Yeah.
like the hair. Like, basically, if you replicate that a little bit, maybe it like because it's like stretching, it's like pulling here, right, on her hair.
On the yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good point. I kind of
could
forgot about
add
that
like
part,
1 or
yeah.
2 of those that would help match the level. That
Or
might
maybe
like
maybe some loose hairs even
Yeah.
on the twin tails.
I think just like her surroundings. If you're worried about the face looking too simplified, then like maybe add a tiny, like very small amount of detail to the surrounding areas to offset it. Because you got like a nice level of detail down here, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe I can do something similar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there's any because I know you want to keep the dress simple.
But maybe I can make it like actually glossy instead
Could
of
do,
now
yeah.
it's kind of like halfway
Yeah,
between cloth and hard material. But maybe if I make it actually glossy, that could work.
yeah. I think that might help. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll try that.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool.
Nice. Pretty ideas.
No worries. The grape hair tie looks cute. Yeah, but it
Thank
look
you.
really nice as well.
It's quite funny because this wasn't intentional. Like I only realized like later on after I already chose this picture, that it kind of like ties into my family's business because my dad is a winemaker.
I was gonna ask, cause look at the character design. I was like, she looks like she has very specific, some cultural relevance that's very different from here.
Yeah, it doesn't really. I mean, maybe subconsciously, but yeah, it was kind of more like an afterthought that didn't actually
That's
a
fair.
connection.
Grape hairbands. Grapes. Some grapes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I grew up surrounded by many grapes.
I love grapes.
Yeah,
I
they're
don't like
cool.
wine though that much.
I am very specific about wine, which is always annoying when I'm with my family because my dad is always like, "Oh, let's have some wine with this," because obviously it's his thing.
Yeah. I'm okay with white wine, but red wine. Apparently, I was told I was going to grow into it, but I never grew into it. Like,
Yeah, no, me neither. I
it's
mean,
like,
I can stomach it, but it's not
Yeah.
something I would.
yeah, that's exactly my thought as well. Is that I can stomach
Yeah.
it, but it's not like, oh yeah, I really have craving for red wine. I really want to have red wine.
Nope. Like, it is better than it was when I was younger,
Yeah.
but it's still not. No. So I'm a blasphemer from a winemaking family.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Was your dad disappointed?
Yeah. No, he's always very weird about this stuff because he's always expecting me and my siblings to like know all this stuff about wine, and I'm like, well, do you know the same amount about art? No, you don't. Like, shut up.
It should be two-way, Dad.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, man.
No, he's a bit of a pain in the ass sometimes.
Well, parents are
A lot
a
of
pain
the
in the
times.
ass. That's just sounds rough.
Yeah.
That's not a real job.
Yep.
Anyways, let's not open those can of worms.
Closing those cans of worms.
Yes. Okay, I feel like I'm procrastinating to work on the part that I really should be working on. And I worked on the wrong layer as well. It's a good start. It's a good start. Wrong layer.
No. That's the worst.
Rest in peace, worms. Nah, those worms don't deserve it.
Pretty sure if it's a can of worms, those worms are
Yeah.
red. I don't think they're doing that well.
Yeah, I need to work on these feathers. I'm just working on other stuff that I really don't need to work on.
Yeah, I get that.
I think if I calculate, when I originally did this piece, when I worked on the feathers, I literally just completely switched off my brain and went full on autopilot. So I just need to embrace that inner autopilot.
Yeah, trust the autopilot.
Trust the gut, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can make this glossy. This is not my strong point.
Glossy. I feel like I make everything shiny.
Yeah, I like making like those final shinies on a face, but the rest of the stuff I feel like, I don't know, the placement of highlights is so tricky sometimes.
I guess it depends what material it is as well.
True. Sparkle, yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not particularly hyper technical with my application. Like, I've done a bit of studying on technical stuff, but like my actual application of it is not that technical. It's a bit more
Following your...
Yeah, like for example, like the whole ambient occlusion, I know how it works, but I never like apply it when I work, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fair.
Because
yeah, to be fair, yeah, it's took I didn't use it for a really long time either.
Yeah, it's a very draw by feel, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Like whereas like I feel like using ambient occlusion is like a bit more of a what's the words?
A technical?
It feels like a very specifically technical application, yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think it's
no, I get
cool,
that.
but like I think it works with certain people thought process. It just somehow doesn't gel
Yeah.
with mine.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like at the end of the day, every drawing like that's very rendered kind of has it. It's just a matter of like whether you're, um, thinking about, oh, this is ambient occlusion when you're doing it. I feel like in some process it just kind of happens as a byproduct. If
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Well, ambient
Right.
occlusion, if you can apply it deliberately, is supposed to shorten rendering time because it's like a very specific
Yeah,
process.
but I think it depends on the person because for
Yeah.
some people it really doesn't work. It didn't work for me for a very long time. The only reason why I really started doing it is because I really wanted to leave some line art in, and I realized that I can get a really cool effect if I only do this kind of line arty things in areas
Right.
of ambient occlusion.
Right.
That's when
Right.
it kind of clicked for me
I see.
because before I was also like, I don't know. I think it depends, yeah, on like a person's process because some people have like a very, oh, I will do the flat colors now, I will do this now, I will do the ambient occlusion, I will do the shadows, I will do the colors. But then if it's easier for a person to just, paint and work on one layer and just kind of paint and go with it, then this is not gonna work. So
Yeah. I don't know how people draw with like the 1-2 step process, like the super strict 1-2 step process. Because obviously there's a certain 1-2 step to like everything,
yeah,
like building a foundation. But the ones that have like I've seen tutorials of like the ones who have like, okay, I'm gonna do
like
the
a
line
super
up,
strict
and
one.
then I'm gonna
Yeah.
do the 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 base shadows, and I'm gonna do the AO, then I'm gonna put the colors here, like here. Like it looks very like deliberate, but like
Very CG.
I was like, how do you work in such a like? I mean, don't get me wrong, the results speak for itself, and it looks good. But it's like such a rigid process.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels like to me personally, like I think it's a good technique, but for me personally, the reason I wouldn't like it is because I always like um the freedom of like modifying as I go.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's like super important for me to have. If that's taken away, I just don't think I can get any joy painting that way. I'm just like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
yeah, it's just kind of fascinating how different it is.
Yeah, I think because for me, I have kind of implemented a little bit of that step by step. And when I started out, I did also like when I learned it, I kind of followed that. But the
Mm,
thing is, I did like it kind of made me, feel like I had more control. But at the same
mm,
time, over time, I definitely realized that I find it less enjoyable because there's less like of the in the moment problem solving going on.
mm.
So now I kind of do it at the setup, and then at some point I merge and go wild.
Gotcha. Mary says she does it for this. Does a strict version for anime style. It's not as fun as painterly. Yeah, yeah. I guess it's like, yeah, finding it in between
Yeah,
is the key.
finding what works for you. Yeah, because at the end of the day, if you don't have fun during the process, like even if the end results looks really cool, it's like what's the point? You still gotta have some fun while you're doing it, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Gotta have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like, gotta be careful not to go bonkers with the colours here. Bit blue here. Maybe
Definitely notice though that I tend to build up shading and lighting in a very, very gradual way. Like I make very tiny steps of like slowly adding darkness and light.
yeah. Your way of coloring is like almost the polar opposite of how I do it. I just sort of
Yeah,
slob
it's
it
very funny.
on as I go, so it kind of looks like a bit of a mess. But like I kind of have to see everything together, if that makes sense. I can't just do it
Yeah.
layer by layer because I can't picture it how it looks. So I have to like basically put as much as I can. Then I do the cleanup process where I make it look like really refined and stuff. It's like really opposite of how it
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, this is like a yeah. I don't know. In some ways, like I almost want to be the opposite because I feel like it's really
Really?
fun.
I
But I feel like
mean,
the control freak of me in me is like no.
it's got its fair share of downfalls. I'll tell you that. The downfall of it is like, yeah, the chaos of like. It's both fun to know what it could be, but it's also like the chaos of like not 100% sure
Yeah,
what it's gonna look like is pretty bad as well.
I've done it in thumbnails because yeah, I also sometimes like especially if it's more than just the character, I also struggle with like imagining the whole piece coming
Mm.
together. So I've done it in then I kind of try to do that in thumbnails.
Mm.
Or I do have pieces where it was if it was like a very spontaneous piece, it has sometimes happened that I kind of just basically went in and just did whatever.
Right.
Um, but as soon as it's a planned thing, it's very easy for me to go into this like very controlled mode.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah. I'll probably find the right balance as I go.
Oh shit, is it doing it again?
No!
Fuck. How did I fix this? There you go. Cool. I think I know how to fix this now.
So it's just the Windows key, really?
No, it was like just mashing like the like caps lock keys, shift keys and stuff.
Ah, so that okay. Weird.
Pretty weird.
That is very specific.
But my toolbox. Why does my toolbox keep like not disconnecting? Not disconnect.
What if that's messing up with the input or something?
No. This is a problem I've always had since
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's decided to be okay now. Weird. Let's carry on.
Everything's fine. I'm gonna BRB for a quick bathroom break.
All right. No worries. Ugh. Ugh. Man. Gradual process on this one. It's coming together faster than I thought. Ooh, hello. Look at that. Whoa, look at the eyes. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it's coming together. Ugh. Faster than I thought, which is good. I think this should look better than the original front cover. Because the original one, like, so much of her was cropped off for her to fit in the book. So this one, you should see more of her. And also, the most important part is, in the original one, I had to like inflate the resolution quite a bit. In this one, she's quite big, so it's like should look ultra crispy in the final printout. Ultra crispy's good. Ultra crispy like KFC. Yum. Exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it's coming together so far. Oops. Like, because I know that like for a lot of people who know my work, this piece on the left is like pretty iconic amongst people, like the art, because I use it quite a lot for like advertisement, and I was thinking like, it's one of those pieces where I call it more of a happy accident. Will the crop part be? Yeah, so it will be. But so what happens is that like in the book, I put like so let me simulate it. It will have this like overlay on top. The reason being is because I want to put my like blurb summary on it. So it will be like, I guess kind of like this, and then there'll be a block of text in the center, and then a bit of credentials at the bottom. That's how it was in the original book. Where is the original book? Do I have a picture of the back of the book?
Alright, I'm back.
I think I do. Yeah, so I have like a white overlay. So you'll see some most of the back of it, but it'll be like faded out in comparison to the rest of the image. Sorry.
Oh, nice. That looks good.
Yeah, it'll be like something like, basically it'll be like the original book. Essentially, it'll be like kind of like a faded out look, and then they'll have like a block of text like here that says not again. Just something like this. Text will be bigger than this. Like here.
It's gonna have like a blurb in the back.
Yeah, the current one already has one. I can't remember how strong I made this white, but yeah, it'll be something like that. And then I'll have my, and this front part won't be blue as well. It'll probably be closer to white. I just haven't made it white yet. Maybe it'll be like a gradient actually, like the original.
Nice. Yeah, that's pretty fun. There's something about art books that have like drawings with a white background that just, I don't know, makes it look like a very specific way. Like a very, it just gives it like that, you know, professional finish or something. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of art books do it as well, which is why I kind of borrowed the idea from. It just looks really clean. Because I've seen some art books that have like a full-on illustration. I did contemplate that, and they do look very nice in their own way. But I just feel like when the book is just all white, it doesn't show you everything, right? Like,
yeah,
it shows you, like, oh, this is a flavor, but doesn't show you everything. Whereas, like, if you did like so I have like several art books that have like a really nice illustration front that's like a scenery and stuff. You kind of know exactly what you're gonna get in the book, so it like Guwei's book is like that, right? And just sort of takes away, in my personal opinion, takes away a little bit of the sort of mystery, right? But when I get an art book where it's just like a character with a white background, you're like, "Ooh, I like the look of this character," but I'm kind of curious to see what else is inside this book.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, just like a very nice polish, sort of like very clean. And I guess maybe it's like a negative space thing as well. Then.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
That's gonna look very cool, I think.
Ah, thank you, thank you. I'm just glad that like because this character, I was just saying earlier before you came back how this character, she's very iconic to people who know my work, but she's also an accident. In the fact that like I remember when I made her, it's like I literally just literally to simulate what I was doing, I just went to Photoshop with a white canvas and I just said like, oh hey, I just want a really cool shot of a woman showing her back because
Right.
that looks kind
Yeah.
of cool and hot. Right, and I just
Yeah,
started
yeah.
off with this thumbnail like this and then just sort of turned into a thing.
It's like cool, yeah.
Yeah. Oh hey Mickey,
Nice.
how's it going? Welcome.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah, just working on the book. I was just saying like how I was kind of glad that this piece is working out compared to the original one.
Yeah, it has like a new flavor to it.
A new
It's pretty
flavor.
cool. Yeah, yeah.
Like crispy
Like it's
KFC.
Yeah, no, I mean it's like it has like more flat rendering vibe, but like more crispy. I don't know how to explain it exactly. Yeah.
That's good to know. Looking
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Oh, thank you. Glad it's working out. But it's too much hair.
What have you done to yourself?
Torture.
Mm-hmm. We like to do that to ourselves, yep.
Shade layer. I don't know what my layers are doing anymore. What's this layer? Okay. Yeah, because like I feel like because of the anime stuff I've done lately, I kind of like toned down a lot of my rendering, sort of like hard rendering everything and sort of choosing to simplify certain areas. And
Yeah.
I think I'm just applying to this, even though like this character, she looks arguably less anime than some of the recent stuff that I've done. Because some of the recent stuff I've done look mondo anime, like the Genshin Impact stuff, super.
Yeah, that was like even a bit more extra anime.
Yeah, I went full on anime on that one.
Yeah, this one is like a nice in between, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas like the original one was, yeah, I think I definitely was looking at a lot of what you call it.
Yeah, Riot stuff.
Yeah, Riot
Yeah.
splash art stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, that was an accident. I just drew a picture of someone in the back, and then I just added feathers for look cool, and then basically everything was just completely like on the fly improvisation.
Yeah. I mean, most of my original characters kind of happened that way. Yep. At least the ones that I have a visual reference for.
Maybe a little green thing here. Just messing around. Look kind of cool. Little gem. Diamond. Okay, no, freeze a bit too much. Yeah. Okay.
She has to be bedazzled with jewels.
Yeah, well, I don't want her to be like, because she's not like a very vain person. Like she's supposed to look a bit regal, but she's not supposed to be like adorned in jewelry. That's her sister, her other sister, who really loves that stuff. The Flame Witch.
The flame one, yeah.
She's more into that kind of stuff. This one, she has a similar feel, but like I don't want her to be like. I mean, I say that she's got bloody coins taped onto the front of her, but you know, it's like
Yeah, but it feels more like a part of the outfit as opposed to like wearable jewelry, I guess.
yeah.
It's like still fancy, but compared to the other ones, very
Yeah.
low key.
I actually don't know where I got this. I think this is from. I think this coins idea was from. What's it called again? Savage Beauty, by Alexander McQueen. Because I think he did like a really cool costume that had
yeah.
like something
Alexander
like that, and
McQueen has cool stuff.
yeah, he's such an amazing fashion designer. Yeah, and his stuff is like very concept arty looking as well.
Nice.
You love Alec? Yeah. You have the book, right? I'm so mad jealous that you got that book.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, those books are insanely expensive and limited edition as well. And then she has the book. I was like,
Oh, that's cool. Nice.
That would literally be.
I don't think I've seen that.
Have you
I don't
not?
think I've seen that much Apple stuff.
It's so good. If I had that book, that would be like my holy bible of like cool like fashion design outfits.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, that's cool.
Oh, you look at Alexander McQueen stuff now.
Yeah.
He's got a really interesting flair.
Yeah, I've heard him mentioned a lot, and I've seen like one or two of his things float by me, but I've never like properly looked into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
How's good things going
some of
for
it
you?
is very funky.
Sorry?
Oh, I'm looking at the picture still. I was saying that some of it looks very funky as well.
I need to go, Logo. Have a good time. Oh, no worries. Catch you later.
All right. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good evening.
Yeah, sorry, what were you asking?
Oh no, I was just gonna ask Mikiko if she's still here, like what she's been up to today. Like how's your day been? How's the life? Working on more pages. Oh, nice. Yeah, you've been like churning away from that book like a machine.
Is it like an art book or like a comic or?
Am I allowed to say? I'll let her say it, just in case I'm not supposed to say anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if it's like okay for me to say.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a hush hush thing, you don't have to say.
Yeah. If she gives me the okay, then I can explain it. Can't wait for it to be done. Yeah. I know, like you once you're done, you just be like, whoa! Neither. It's a Poe's library educational / art book.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So sounds like I can talk about it. It's basically like a. Okay, I don't like using this as a comparison because I feel like I'm kind of insulting her work. But like, you know those do you remember those like how to draw manga books with like netting stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like okay. So it's like hear me out. So it's mostly like for referencing, but it's like kind of similar to those, but like way better.
Yeah. I know what you mean because some of those were really atrocious. Yeah.
Yeah, I still got mine at home.
Nice, that's pretty cool.
I had to make sure I like fix it, otherwise I'd be like completely insulting her work. The instructional part has been more.
Excellent promo. No, but I get it though. Yeah. Nice. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Yeah.
No, it is looking really, really cool. I got some sneak peeks of it.
Nice. Everyone's making cool books.
We're making books.
Nice.
Where's your book?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
slacking behind.
Where's your book?
Yeah, gotta get that working. It is currently nowhere in the depths of my brain, maybe. Should change that probably.
Yeah, I can't remember why I. Oh, actually, you know what? I think the reason, because I think this idea was floating in my head for quite a while, and I think I was just. Well, actually, to be fair, I think I was just basically just chatting with Mikiko here, and I was just like, you know, like, should I? I can't remember how it went. I was just like, should I make a book, an art book? And then she just sort of really pushed for the idea that
do it.
a book,
Nice.
yeah, just do it. Like, just do it. Like literally just that.
It's just the Palpatine gif
exactly
from Star Wars. The do it.
Do it. Exactly.
Nice. Nice, as it should be.
Do it. Yeah, exactly. Do it. Because it's something because I wanted to make a law book was my original idea, but like because
you said
that book, I just haven't created enough content for it and enough law writings. I had to put that one on hold. It will happen. I haven't given up on the law book.
One day.
But this one just seemed like, because originally I was really scared this book was going to be too thin. I was like, I don't have enough artworks to fill this guy up, and I was like, man, because I had some art books where they're only like 60 pages thick, and it looks atrocious on hardcover. Because I knew I wanted a hardcover, right? Like hardcover was a must do, because hardcovers just feel so nice.
Yeah,
so,
it feels so much nicer for art books. Yeah,
so slick, so sexy. Type thing.
yeah.
And basically, like, I was really scared that it was gonna be like super thin. When I padded it out, I was like, oh look, it's actually kind of chunky.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it turned out to be.
No, but I also made the paper thick as well, so it was like a proper chunky monkey because of it.
Yeah. No, but that's the most satisfying art books, honestly, like holding that in your hand when it's like very, I don't know, just like hardcover and then very chunky.
Like a tome.
Yeah, exactly. That's the vibe.
I need to finish this guy, work over the book again, get you guys to check for the final time. And, tell me how I fucked up, how I messed up.
It's gonna be a review session now.
Yeah. It's like yeah, these pages, these 20 pages you done here, redo it. Do it again.
Yeah, just change everything, all of it.
Change it all.
Nah. We'll be nice. We'll be nice.
Actually, I think the thing that you'll probably definitely scrutinize over, I think both of you, because both of you have pretty. It's hard for me to say. You have pretty solid English. The thing you'll probably scrutinize the most will be the writing. As a native English speaker, is hilariously embarrassing how rubbish that part of mine is. But yeah, I need it to be scrutinized, just because I know, like, sometimes my writing can be pretty funny. Let's just say.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I feel like content is more important. Like, if you're writing in, perfect grammar, perfect English, but the content is kind of then, I feel like you have a worse problem than if you just need it to be like polished up a little bit.
Yeah. But yeah, you don't need to go easy on me on the grammar. I'm giving you that.
Yes.
Giving you that heads up.
Yes. Will be nice. Yeah, I've been thinking what I want to do, like in terms of like my own IPs or books or whatever.
Hmm.
It's a lot of thoughts in progress.
Yeah. Go on. Sorry, I was about to interrupt you.
Yeah, I don't really know where I was gonna go with it. No, yeah, I was thinking I could do, yeah, because I remember last time we talked I was talking about the OCs, right?
Yeah.
So what I was thinking is at least like what I could start with actually was that I could mess around with making like fake visual novel panels
Hmm. I think that'd be
and
pretty
see
cool.
how that might, yeah, like see how that might like read.
So, well, I think, like, yeah, just start it with something with a simple intent. Don't think of it as like, oh, it's gonna be some grandiose
Exactly,
like
yeah.
thing. Like, because if you do that, you're never gonna start. I don't think.
Yeah, that's why I said like fake panels, just like, you know, as if it's like an outtake or something, so that it's like a one-time thing. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm contemplating at the moment.
Nice.
And it could be pretty fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I look forward to seeing what you get out of that.
Yeah, same. Yeah, eventually I would also like to pivot into something storytelling focused, but I think those are like bigger projects. I think, yeah, the more immediate stuff that I want to do is probably smaller, just to kind of get myself going.
Yeah, I think that'd be like a good idea.
Yes.
Okay. How did I do these feathers before? I can't actually remember. I feel like it's one of those things I did once and I never did it again. I think
Yeah.
there's a good reason for that. Alright. Heck, why is it not drawing anything? Oh, right, it's on the wrong layer? What layer am I even working on anymore? Oh, this is Chrome's fault.
All the technical difficulties.
Yeah. Chrome's just like causing. I don't know why I'm still using Chrome. I installed like Opera GX on here.
Oh yeah.
Still using.
Yeah, people keep telling me to stop using Chrome, but I'm so used to it.
It's because it's such a memory whore. It's a terrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
I think it's because like when I switched over to when I was trying to use Opera, like, oh, what's your password for this stuff? I was like, and like,
yeah, that's enough. Does it like try to say like what does it try to do with passwords?
Oh, you just have to put it back in again.
Account?
It's just nothing fancy.
Ah, the whole. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe going for Firefox or something, but
Firefox is okay. Yeah, I mean the reason I originally got a Firefox, this is yoinks ago, was that back then they had a weird spike, but then they kind of fixed out with this revamp they did to the engine several years ago, and it's been like really good since then. But by that point, I already like swapped, and I just couldn't be bothered to swap back.
Yeah, I think my issue is that I want to look if Firefox or I don't know any other browser if they have like the same extensions that I use, because I have like a bunch of stuff that's like from ad blockers to I have this one extension that basically blocks my social media news feed, so in a way that I can still see notifications and I can still see like lists or my own feed and stuff, but I can't see like the main news feed.
Oh, I see.
Which is, yeah, really handy to like prevent myself from just mindlessly accidentally going into a scroll mode.
Mm.
So I basically wanna check if there's similar stuff for Firefox.
So Mickey says she uses Firefox because Chrome would disable ad blockers. Yeah, Firefox has quite a lot of good, a lot of really good add-ons that are like same and some better than Chrome. So I don't think you have a problem there.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you just have to do a bit of like messing around with it.
Yeah, I probably just need to take like one afternoon and set everything up.
Yeah, like it's not fun, but yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
I need to get off of Chrome as well. This stupid thing eats my computer alive when it comes to memory.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. It's just like there's nothing like Chrome in terms of how much RAM it's just swallows up.
Yeah. And you don't have to be doing anything to it as well. It just if you just leave it on, it just does it.
It's just there.
I should try.
Are there ad blocks that work on stuff like iPad?
I haven't tried it on my iPad. Yeah, I don't know actually.
Yeah,
I imagine there should be.
I figured that out the other day, but yeah, I don't know.
You mean
maybe
with
it's like a
Safari or something? On Safari, the.
Well, either Safari or Chrome as well. I'm not particularly.
There should be. They should do. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, I'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, sorry, I never use any ad blocks on mine once I don't actually really know.
Yeah, I mean 90% of the time I don't use it either, but then I sometimes if I'm like streaming something on like when you're trying to, you know, watch a show in a very legal manner, so to speak. Yeah, then you have like 3,000 pop-ups and ads
of course.
popping up.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, there should be some. There should be some. I'm almost certain there should be. I just never really tried to.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. The collab cam thing seems to be pretty functional though.
Sorry? Yeah, yeah.
Cam
oh man,
cool,
it's made our life so much easier sharing each other's screens on the screen.
Yep, definitely.
So, goodbye to stupid Discord sharing. I hated that so much.
Sharing. Yeah, that was so annoying.
Like, if there was anything that was going to make me reluctant to do our future stream was just messing with that stupid thing. But now I'm glad that's not a problem anymore. Oh man.
Yeah, no, it's just popping that on.
Yeah.
Way better.
Yeah, they'll make collab streams so much easier in the future.
Yeah, definitely.
And they'll make like inviting, you know, if I once in the future I plan to collab with some other people in these double streams, make it easier for them as well.
Yep. You just need a link.
You'll have to show me that link next time because I haven't actually been on the receiving end of that, so I don't actually know. Like,
oh yeah, sure.
I mean, you don't have to do it now, just like sometime in the future or something.
Yeah.
Just kind of curious to see what it's like.
Yeah, it basically just like a. Yeah, it basically is just like a in-browser setup. It's very similar to just the one in the Streamlabs, and then it redirects you there.
Right. Gotcha. I need to.
Oh, I know what I could do to make her face feel less empty. Maybe she can just have freckles.
Freckles.
Yeah, maybe that's a way to solve my problem. Let's see how that works.
See how it works. I mean, freckles are just basically little dots anyway, so.
Yep.
Cute little freckles.
It's always so hard with these things to make them look not too perfect and symmetrical. Like, you kind of have to make it messy.
You talking about the facial features, about freckles?
About freckles specifically, or like or I mean, it's similar thing with like stars or sparkles or like any of that stuff that's not supposed to look too perfectly evenly spaced. You know,
Oh, okay.
like it's supposed to be a little bit messy.
A little bit more random.
Yeah, yeah. But when you're doing it by hand, like you automatically try to kind of make it even.
It's human nature.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't actually drawn many freckles on characters before.
Oh, I love drawing freckles. I'm always adding freckles to characters.
I've done like,
my...
you know, like I've done beauty spots before, but yeah, have I done freckles before? I swear I've done freckles before. Maybe not recently, but my older work, I swear I've done freckles before. Back in the concept arty days.
Next character design challenge.
Yeah, well, I went through weird phases back then, like freckles, if it was the thing, and then randomly drawing like basically African or black people, just as a challenge. Did I do freckles? I think I really did. No, apparently I haven't. I swear I feel like I've done it before on something.
I mean, there's probably been like at least some minor projects or sketches that probably ended up having it.
This guy, freckles? No, I gave him rosy cheeks. That was old.
If you've ever drawn a ginger or something.
I have actually. Funny enough, I actually do like drawing redheads. I just haven't really given them much freckle. Like, I've done stuff like blemishes on the face, like slight imperfections in the face, like blemishes, but I haven't actually got away to do freckles. But I'm almost certain I have done freckles for something or someone. It might have been a commission. Wow, because I remember I remember doing it right at the end, like going blop 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 blop, little freckles.
Yeah. The proof of freckles.
Oh, bugger.
Been wearing off.
I never made it. I forgot.
Wait, didn't you have the green tea or not?
The green tea's there, but I was going to make another tea when I think I grabbed that flapjack, but I completely forgot to make the tea.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn it.
It's that late. I mean, it's getting late now. It's a bit too late to drink something like that.
Yeah, true.
What do I shoot? How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours.
Yep.
It's long.
Yeah, pretty hefty stream.
Flipping takes so long.
Oh, because it's a big file?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a pain. It's a very subtle freckles texture.
I guess you don't want to be too strong, otherwise it would like completely stand out on the character.
Yeah, exactly. I'm stuck in the flipping mode where I just go back and forth.
Huh? Oh, you
I'm
flipped
just
it?
stuck in the flipping mode where I keep like going back and forth, just flipping it and looking at it.
Oh, to be honest, yeah, I should have done that as well. But because this one takes so long to flip, I've been really like not doing it. I usually do it a little bit more.
Oh yeah, if it takes forever.
Yeah, it's kind of like breaks down the flow a little bit. This I'm slightly struggling with. There's like another layer to this dress, but it's like the same color as the top one. I'm not sure if I should make it darker or lighter.
Which part?
So like, you know how there's this part here which has this little sub layer here, which is kind of a dark blue with a little, well, it's got a bit of like, well, it's not white, it's more like pink. There's like another layer, the core layer below it, the main layer down here. I don't know if I should make it like lighter, darker, or just exactly the same color, because right now I just feel like it's missing something at the bottom, but I don't want to add too much stuff at the bottom because it's gonna look a little bit.
Oh, like the very
yeah,
bottom.
right at the bottom here. See this like lay here, yeah. Like I was thinking I could make it lighter, I could make it darker.
What if you make the whole dress kind of fade towards white, like towards the same color as the background, like as if it's like a gradual fade, like an overlay? If that makes sense. Or maybe not overlay, maybe just like a normal layer mode, so that it's like actually feels like it's fading into the same white as the background.
Oops. The opacity's too strong. don't mind doing the overlay thing. I think the core problem I'm having with it is more like its base color right now.
Okay.
I feel like this fade thing only really works super well when like the base of the image is looking proper, if that makes sense.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. I quite like that. It looks quite cool. And I was gonna do that a little bit on the hair, anyways, because I did it with the original image.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just have to.
For the base part, yeah. Like, it does feel like it would almost naturally get darker.
That's
but
what
at the
I was
same
thinking
time,
as
it
well.
It might be overpowering, yeah. So I get
Right.
that dilemma.
That was my first instinct too, but I noticed that the moment I made it darker, it is like drawing way too much attention to the bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the color.
Yeah, maybe if you, like kind of make it colder in color but less dark in value, so it kind of feels like it's darker, but
Purple doesn't look. Or maybe I could break it up with some gold trims or some lighter value.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think I have to experiment a bit more down here by the looks of it. It's definitely bothering me the most. It's the only part that's really bothering me the most.
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
Because I haven't designed this part of her in the original image. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is like new territory now.
Yeah. It's quite frustrating. Alright. Let's see. Can I put some... Let me just do some really rough... Vivid light. No? Hard light. I'll just do normal light. Hard light it is.
Some experiments.
Yeah. I think it just needs something to break up this, like... actually, no, maybe
Yeah,
not.
because it's like a really big shape, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge shape of, like too much, almost like negative space. And it's like such a large chunk of the image. It doesn't match the rest.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, because I think I was gonna originally add like some flowers in here, like just sort of attached onto the dress. I mean, I wasn't gonna make it yellow, but you know, like some kind of some kind of like color. Because I just thought it looked kind of nice. It could be pink. I don't know. Or I guess it could be pink.
Or maybe like the like lavender-ish, like the frills are.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just like have these dotted about. Yeah, I don't know, something because it's like there's a lot of like really dark down here, and
Yep.
I will probably lighten up the feathers a little bit. But I wonder.
All the feathers in front of it, like the ones.
Yeah, the one on her hips, like just a little bit. Well, not lighten it, but like more like saturated, so it makes it look brighter. But yeah, this actually another thing that's bothering me is this middle piece here. And originally I thought it was gonna look pretty good, but like as I've sort of put time into it, I'm like, I don't know. It's like I don't know if it's working anymore. It just looks like such a strange part of her design that like not. I don't know. It feels like it doesn't fit.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not sure if you think the same way, or maybe I'm just overthinking about it.
I mean, it doesn't really like jump into view that much because it's like blends into into other values a lot, I think.
Yeah.
But I could see maybe. Yeah, I mean, if I really look at it, I can see what you mean. So maybe
maybe just destroy it altogether. Or maybe make a smaller version of it somewhere. Like, so if I destroy it first like this, I mean, it's just a really rough mock-up.
Yeah,
And
like
then,
if it's just
like, add a smaller one. Like, here? I don't know what color. Maybe black is not a good one. Blue?
oh yeah, maybe there's like like chains across or something.
Yeah, I don't know, like just just
I mean, yeah, experimenting is that's the best.
it's just like yeah.
What if you?
Okay, I think making it smaller has definitely helped. I think because if I compare this to this, so I think making it smaller balances her design because now it's not competing in size with the wings, which is quite an important part, right?
That's true, yeah.
However,
What if you were just to? I mean, I don't know if this might be completely off, but what if you were just to liquefy the ruffles of like the part above her in that area, like slightly downwards, so that it kind of like removes the need for something else to be there?
Yeah, maybe. I have to
Like, if you
flatten
just kind
everything
of,
to
like,
do that, unfortunately, so I
yeah.
can't do it right now.
Ah, yeah, right. Yeah.
But yeah. Well, at the very least, I think shrinking it down to this size minimum has been an improvement to her design.
Yeah, it's a little bit less overpowering, I think.
Yeah. It also makes your eye look up more, I think, at her face, which is quite important.
Yep, true.
Alright, I'll just leave this here for now, this mess.
And look at it later with a fresh perspective.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't have too many of those, so I'll have to make a decision pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
That, my friends, is a bit of character design. I mean, that is basically like character design. It's like, aside from like functionality and stuff, it's also about like balancing the elements to making sure that
Yeah, the shape language and the colors and to make the focal points of the outfits where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I think I had a conversation with someone about like, this is one of my personal pet peeves, but like a lot of okay, so let me give context. So what I like about games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring is that like their designs are like not what you call realistic. Like some of the weapons they use is like completely improbable to use in real life. And I find a lot of I think this is mostly Western game developers. They like prioritize a lot on believability and realism. And
oh yeah.
I think like when they put that on like super high priority, it kind of like or I feel like it sort of takes away some of the more cooler aspects of character design, especially the more realistic the engines get. And it just sort of, I don't know, makes them look all kind of the same, like very uninteresting. Yeah. This is more of a personal opinion. I won't call it fact. And I just find it a shame that like, you know, like the obsession of making something believable sort of like starts stripping away like parts that just could have looked cool. And I think that's what I like about like certain, don't get me wrong, it's not perfect when they do that, because sometimes when they make it look cool it just looks like kind of, if they didn't intend to, borderline stupid looking. So there's like a balance, but like I feel like aiming for like pure realism can sometimes just really take away these like
the
cool
interest
factor.
of the visual language. No, I agree. I think
I mean, I'm quite
I think
biased because I got attracted to like improbable stuff when I was a kid, anyway. So
yeah, I mean it's like it's fun to sometimes just suspend disbelief. Like in general, I feel like yeah, I think it might have been that we talked about this,
a
like
little
it's
bit,
like
yeah.
the realism, yeah, like because yeah, no, I don't know, I feel like everything's striving so hard to be realistic, and it's like not
Yeah.
everything has to be. Just sometimes we gotta take things a little bit less seriously in that regard. I mean, I don't mean that like not realistic designs then can't be taken seriously in the context. It's just a little bit of like um less seriousness to like how do I explain it? Like it doesn't have to be 100% realistic to serve a plot, basically.
Yeah, I think like this very much depends on like for example in a game like Last of Us, like realism or believability is like super important because that's the way the world is built up. But yeah, definitely like during the
Yeah.
early stages, like I think unless that's like all your key thing of your company, it's all about like or your IP, should I say, is all about believing the most, making something super believable. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
think gamers really care that much about it as much as it like yeah, they might discuss it, they might go, oh, that's stupid or something like that, but I don't think it actually ruins the game or something just because it's like
No, I don't
if it's
think
not
so.
trying to be
Yeah.
realistic. Yeah, but for games like Last of Us you kind of have to. I understand, but other games don't need it. A lot of other games don't.
Yeah, I guess it depends like what kind of emotion you're trying to evoke from people. Because I guess if you're really trying to, make someone feel um, like this is happening to them or something, then I guess it's maybe a little bit easier to put yourself in there if it's, I don't know, realistic. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe. Um, but yeah, no, I feel like also in terms of like technology and 3D, the stylized stuff also holds up a lot better
Yeah,
in the long run.
definitely. I mean, like Max Payne 1 doesn't really hold up anymore. That game
Yeah,
was
there's a
trying to
lot of
be
stuff.
realistic way back in like the early 2000s, and oh man,
Oof,
it
I
looks
can imagine that's wrong.
yeah, early 3D games, unless it's trying to be cartoony,
It's
like don't look
terrifying
good.
now.
Zelda 64 is okay because it's stylized and it has its own weird charm, but yeah, old
Yeah.
games just look awful. Like
Yeah,
even
I think
Skyrim Oblivion doesn't look that great. I mean, I don't think it ever looked that great to begin with.
yeah, I was never really a big fan of the Skyrim or Elder Scrolls aesthetics because everything always like without mods it always felt so gray.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Like it's so gray, and I don't know. I never played it a lot, and I think a part of the reason was just because I really just didn't like the how absolutely gray it was.
Yeah, and the character models had like a strong uncanny valley as well look to it.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
yeah, it was kind of
Skyrim. I mean, there's a reason why Skyrim's so popular. I think that one had a really good middle ground, but the ones prior to that, like Oblivion, yeah, that was borderline creepy actually. I remember thinking the character
fair
models.
enough.
It's quite scary, but not scary because they're trying to be scary because they just look really creepy.
So uncanny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think a good example of something that did hold up pretty well, and I think a lot of people have brought it up, is the Team Fortress 2.
Yeah, yeah, that's like a classic example.
Yeah, it really like held up the visuals very well.
Cell shade, any games that use cell shading holds up quite well for the most part. Maybe the tech itself,
Yeah,
not so much, but the general aesthetic should hold up quite well through time.
yeah, the cell shading and the very like stylized shapes as well. I feel like because it's hard to mess up if it's like a lot of big cartoony shapes. That's a lot easier to sell even years later.
Yeah. Agreed.
It's very interesting how a lot of artists end up going the way of at some point just kind of simplifying their shapes I feel like it's a very common trend that I've seen, like artists that have, been working for a very long time that kind of end up at the beginning going really, towards learning the details, the realism, and then kind of going the other route.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why it's super common. I think yeah, they probably do a lot of work, so they're sick of it. Is one possibility. Another one is like maybe they want to post more social media, but like doing um, sort of render stuff takes a bit too long, so they opt out of it, right? And then I don't know, like maybe they found this style that's like because once you get past the rendering thing, you realize that good design is all about like shapes and stuff, right?
Yep.
Good shapes, and like rendering is just like it's just for the look. It's for like the finish. It's the icing on the cake, but it doesn't make for great design. And I think a lot of these artists they want to like explore like good design, and simplification is the way to go.
Yeah, and it's also easier to add like your own personal flavor to something that's stylized. Like you can really play around with that, and especially if you're someone that has done art for a long time, that's like what kind of brings more interest into it again, as opposed to just, can I make this as realistic as possible? That kind of gets boring after a while.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I've definitely done a little bit of it as well, I feel like.
Simplification.
Yeah, especially with render. I feel like I'm a lot more selective about, because I used to have a phase where I really wanted to render everything and, really go full into that fantasy full render style. And now it's kind of like I really like leaving certain parts just a little bit more flat and more like implied 3D-ness as opposed to like really rendering everything out. I think it's just nicer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I think it makes it all unique as well. I mean, I feel like I've sort of done it, I've sort of not done it. Like, I've kind of done it, like, the faces are, I mean, these two are probably a good example of it. Like, face is not quite as rendered, it's not quite rendered all around, but like I feel like the level of detail has kind of increased with my pieces, but the rendering,
I feel like it's a more selective kind of detail. Like it's less, oh, this has to be rendered so that it looks 3D, and more like intentional addition of shapes.
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm going for, so I'm glad it goes through. Yeah, basically, that's
nice.
exactly what I'm trying to go for. Like, yeah, because before it would just be like, I gotta make it look rendered. And now it's more like, okay, well, what parts do I want to give that like?
Yeah.
Look at what parts.
I feel like that's when you really can see artists' work take off, when it becomes more intentional and less of, oh, I'm supposed to do that. I feel like that's really like a nice, I don't know, breaking point, or I don't know what you call it. Turning point, maybe better.
Yeah, I haven't actually thought about what it's called. Breakthrough, I guess. I don't know.
Breakthrough, yeah, maybe that's a good, yeah.
Breakthrough.
Yeah, my brain sometimes like just lags language-wise. It's like, wait, is that a thing?
It's alright. Considering it's your second language, I don't think you have to apologize for that. It's only bad when I like fuck up because it's like my primary language. So like, do you English? So.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point I would probably fuck up more at my primary language.
Really?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I speak English way more these days.
That's kind of funny. When you went home, did you have to like brush up on it quite a bit?
Yeah, it takes some time to kind of transition, especially because even when my Slovene friends, like we like have this way of like speaking half Slovene, half English.
Oh, really?
I I don't know why that happened. Maybe because it was like a very, I don't know, we were all nerds, so we all kind of consumed a lot of, English content, and
Oh, that's
I
kind
don't
of
know.
funny.
So yeah, even with them, it's funny because even if I do end up speaking more English, it's still fine because it kind of fits into that whole yeah situation anyway. Um, with my mom, and it's fine. Like I speak English. I mean, I speak Slovene. Sorry, but like she's okay if I'm like, wait, I can't remember the Slovene word right now, and she's like, you can say it in English.
Oh, really?
Yes, because she does speak like a decent enough English.
That's
Um,
that's kind of funny actually, because I imagine when you was really young, like that was the only language you speak before you learn English, right? So it was
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
completely your
But I did,
primary language. Yeah,
yeah, but I did start learning English pretty young.
pretty
I
young.
think like at like 7 or something.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's mega young. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
like
So
very
it is
basics, but
it is. Oh, okay, okay. I was just gonna say like, oh, actually, like I call it your second language, but like since you learned at such a mega young age, maybe it's like not
yeah,
that
it's
much of a
it's
second language.
yeah. With how much I use it, I almost don't consider it like because like technically, I don't think I can call myself bilingual because it still is a second language technically, but it does kind of feel almost like a bilingual thing.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very weird how that works, and then especially because I am learning Dutch as well. My brain sometimes just is like, yeah,
Is that a hard
doesn't know what
language to
language
learn?
to do anyone. It's not that hard. Like most of the stuff, it's not that bad. There's just like a couple of things that are uh that you can't really just learn the principle of, and you just kind of have to use it to get it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Which is a little bit annoying. Like they have this kind of like French has like the what are they called? Prepositions? Like the thing that you put in front of the noun. Um, like le, la, all that stuff.
Hmm.
Like I guess in English it's the and the.
Yeah.
Um, so they have those things, but then there's no rule to which words have one version and which one's the other. So you just kind of have to like learn by heart which nouns have certain prepositions in Dutch.
Right. Man.
It's a little bit of a pain.
Sounds like it. Uh, learning languages is hard.
Yeah, but I do quite like it. I like languages for the most part.
Yeah, I should put more of an effort into learning languages.
Are there any that you want to learn?
As the weeb as I am, I originally wanted to learn. I still kind of wanted to learn it. Is a bit of like Japanese.
Nice.
I've always wanted to learn it for a while, but I keep not setting myself like a little bit of time to learn it.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
I feel like when you're learning it on your own, it's really easy to just kind of not do it.
Yeah, it's very easy to get lazy, and
Mm-hmm.
should really just assign some time. I think it's definitely starting from next year. I'll have more. He says.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for me that my Dutch didn't really move anywhere until I started going to a proper class, honestly. Because
Really.
it was just I mean, I did do some things on my own, but it just went very, very slowly, and I was always, prioritizing everything else, and so yeah, that was the only way that I actually properly started.
Hmm. How long you been there for? A year, 2 years now, 3 years,
Uh, it's almost 3. Oh, it is 3 actually.
three.
Yeah, since 2019 in
2019.
the summer.
Man,
Yeah.
I forgot 2019. What a year to move there.
Yeah, right before COVID.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
I
that
think
was interesting.
yeah, I remember you did mention that to me actually. Do you plan to stay there for like a while?
Uh,
You,
I keep thinking about that when people ask me because I don't actually know for sure. Like right now, I'm okay where I am, but I'm also not excluding the possibility if like I see something else being a better choice. Uh, I
do you
don't
have
mind moving again.
do you have any places in mind that you wouldn't mind trying out?
It would be really cool to try out like the Nordic countries,
Ah, yeah,
but
Norway is pretty
yeah,
cool. Very cold though.
yeah. I also remember years back I really wanted to check out Scotland, but
Hmm.
yeah, who knows?
Is that one off the table?
It's not off the table. I don't know how difficult it is these days with Brexit,
Oh shit, yeah.
but
Uh,
it's not off the table though. No, it
I
would be
want to
cool.
move to Scotland. Honestly, like if I had the money right now to move anywhere in the UK, I would move straight away to Scotland. I wouldn't even think twice about it.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I've only been to Edinburgh, but I don't know. The things I've heard about Scotland are always very nice.
I mean, we do conventions in Glasgow, and I've been there like 4 times now, and I have not had single negative. I mean, yeah, okay, sure. There's some bad areas, yada yada yada. But what city doesn't have bad areas? I think people be lying to me if they.
That's
It's like
very true.
it's like of any city, right? And I think Glasgow, like just general vibes, is really nice. And I think for artists, it's got like a really, from what I've seen, a really nice, healthy community.
Yeah, doesn't Glasgow also have like a was it like an acting academy or
they
something?
that I don't know. I know they have a royal concert hall. Um,
Oh, that's also cool.
but I don't know. I haven't looked into the careers of Glasgow,
Very
but
nice.
I just know that like I think people don't really give it much credit due to its because I know Glasgow like several decades ago like was in a really tough spot and it garnered a lot of like reputation to the rest of the UK of being like exceedingly rough like
Oh, really? I didn't know.
yeah like the it's like kind of a reputation from I think it was mostly from like quite a while ago and I think it's just sort of still lingers on but
Like in a dangerous way, or
yeah like it's a very unsafe city or something like that but
hmm.
you know after living in a city like Birmingham where like I wouldn't call it one of the more dangerous cities but I wouldn't call it one of the safer ones neither
Fair
I'd like to argue that you know what and I lived in a town that was known as the worst town in the UK for like 4 years. That one was really bad. Don't get me wrong. That one deserved its name. But yeah, I don't know. I personally think it's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I've learned like last year or sometime that apparently Rotterdam is also one of the least safe or like the highest crime rate city in the Netherlands, and I didn't know.
Is that the city where you're
So
based at?
yeah.
Oh right.
So, but I mean, I do think that the reputation might be because most people in Rotterdam say that the south part of Rotterdam is the unsafe area, which is not where I'm at. So maybe that's kind of like what boosts the crime rate. I have no idea because I haven't had the feeling that it was that way.
Yeah.
But maybe I just have been lucky. I don't know.
Well, it's kind of like London, right? Like I can't remember which parts of London is considered really unsafe. I think it's like northeast of London or something is considered like very unsafe. But if you go to like the other parts, I don't know which parts because I'm not a Londoner. Then they're considered like a lot safer.
Okay.
I just don't know which ones it is because I'm not a Londoner.
No, yeah, I have no idea. I only went as a tourist.
Yeah, that's unfortunately where people all go when they go to UK for tourism. They go to London.
Yeah. But I will say that I had the most fun in London the last time we went, which was when we kind of just wandered around as opposed to doing sightseeing. I thought that
Yeah.
was like way better.
Oh yeah, definitely. I like if you ever come to UK again, definitely try it. Say like if you have the chance to like try out some of the more like towns and areas around the UK. I feel like they more accurately represent England as a country.
Yeah, fair enough.
London is
Yeah,
just,
I figure that's probably the case, yeah.
yeah.
Because it's the same with Amsterdam, or so people say here.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree. It's really not a good representation of the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's the same for like all countries around. It's like,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if Slovenia. I think the capital of Slovenia is not. It's a pretty good representation, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean, yes and no. It's a good representation of like city life in Slovenia, but like we do have a very big it's a very big difference when you go to the more rural areas, because that's very different.
Because you live in the countryside, right? Your family are based in the countryside.
Yeah. I grew up in countryside, where it takes like 10 minutes by car to get to a store.
Oh wow, isn't that like a real pain in the backside?
Yep.
Yeah.
Have to drive through a forest, get to the main roads. Yeah.
Wow.
It was an experience.
There's no delivery, I imagine.
There's like some, but I think it was like one pizza place that delivered or something. Like that was it.
Were you guys their sort of core customers?
I think it was probably. I mean, there was like there's like 3 pizza places in total in my hometown, so it was probably the entirety of like surrounding area of that town that was just ordering. So
it's kind of funny. I don't know why I found it funny.
It is very.
Yeah.
It's very funny if you consider like that I live in like a very big city now.
Yeah.
Like I think I'm trying to remember how many inhabitants my hometown has, and I think it's like 7,000.
Oh my word, that's
And that's the town, and I lived like 10 minutes outside of the town.
That's small. Oh my
That
word.
is
I mean,
so
like
tiny.
my hometown is kind of large. It can almost become a city now. I mean, how much population does it have? Let's have a look, shall we? Actually, I haven't actually checked this for a while. Okay, how much does Birmingham have? Okay, that's a huge difference. So Shrewsbury has... Oh, that's quite an old... Okay, that's 2011. But 2011 we had 71,000.
Oh damn. Okay.
Which is a lot more than it was.
Yeah.
Like 10 times more. And then in Birmingham, where I'm staying at, it has 1.14 million.
Oh damn. I think that's not even how much the capital of Slovenia has. Wait, let me check.
Oh, London's even worse. London has like 9 million.
Oof. That's bigger than the entirety of Slovenia. Slovenia has like 2 point something million people.
Oh, really? So basically, my
Yeah.
city I'm living at now has half of your country's population.
Yeah.
Madness.
Yeah, so our capital has 279,000.
Man, that's like
the capital.
Oh man, yeah, that's so different.
We are tiny but mighty. Well,
even Manchester has
mighty?
550,000. That's like one of our smaller cities.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we are very tiny.
I think this is one of the reasons why I don't really like. I want to move out of Birmingham. It's like it's not that large, but it's still a bit too large. That's why, like, aside from Scotland, I mean, like, how much population does Glasgow have? Oh, actually, no, Glasgow's got more. Okay.
How much?
1.6 million.
Oh, damn.
This doesn't
Okay.
feel like it when I go there. But
I think
like,
that's also a thing. Some cities don't feel like they're crowded, even though they're pretty big.
yeah, because Birmingham feels really cramped. It feels incredibly cramped here. Um, but like, it's because like another place I was going to move to if it wasn't for Glasgow was Bristol, right? Bristol or Brighton,
Oh, okay.
because they got quite a strong creative scene.
Nice.
And it just seems it's just smaller. You know, I like things to be a bit smaller. The city, Birmingham it's not that big, but I just not that fond of. I was never fond of the city, even as a kid.
Yeah, fair.
Just something about it always rubbed me the wrong way, and I never quite fully established what it was. And also, the art scene in the Midlands is so weak.
That sucks. You would think that, because UK is pretty large, that people would like have their own little bubbles of communities in different section or something.
They do have it in places like Bristol and Brighton, but like in the actual art communities are like really fractured, as far as I know. Like we don't really have a strong core community, and they don't usually last very long, especially here in Birmingham.
Yeah,
I don't know
sucks,
why,
yeah.
but like I think in Bristol and Brighton, these kind of cities, they last a lot longer. They just stay. Yeah, I think this is a more unique problem to this city, where things come and go super fast.
Oh, maybe that's the kind of thing. Like maybe there's less. Do people also like move in and move out a lot?
Yeah, they do. A lot of like the really talented like artists in this field, what they do is they start off here and then they move out for like because there's just more opportunities and better opportunities outside of Birmingham, so they just leave.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things when like unless something happens in a city like that would I don't know, like a big game company or something, then it's probably like there's not a lot of reason for people to start accumulating there, I guess. Yeah, I think the one good side about Slovenia for sure is that because we're so small, it's kind of like whatever subculture or some sort of like that kind of stuff, when that happens, it's usually like it's very easy for kind of to build a community that's for the whole country.
Yeah.
Because it's so small, it's kind of just like you just kind of collect everyone that's into something in the same sort of circles.
Yeah.
So that's something that was definitely quite nice.
I think that was pretty cool when you mentioned that, because of the fact your country is so small. I mean, it's obviously giving you downsides in the fact that like not many companies and corporations that you'd like job opportunities can be a little bit difficult in certain fields.
Yeah.
But like in terms of like building essentially a countrywide community is like much or get faster. Well, happens faster, comes together faster, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Because people attend the same 3 conventions that exist, or people like usually like one person, even if there's a person that doesn't know about these communities, they're probably eventually gonna get to know someone that is a part of these communities, and then they're gonna get pulled in. So it's kind of just I never thought about it that much until like I moved out and realized that this is less common in bigger places.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you learn when you don't move out.
Yep.
Of the little bubble that is our town and country. Like, for example, I've always thought like, people in Shrewsbury are not that polite, blah blah blah. And then I moved down to actually, you know what, they're not perfect, but yeah, they got better manners than a lot of the others I've been to.
Yeah. That is a interesting realization.
I mean, manners is kind of important, but like for me, like honesty, like I kind of value people who are like kind of blunt and honest. I mean, sometimes it can be quite a bit too much, but most of the time I like it because I understand what that person's feeling and thinking right then and
Yeah.
there. There's no like smokes and mirrors or anything like that.
Yeah.
Really like that.
Yeah, I've grown to value that as well, and I strive to do more of that as well because it doesn't come naturally to me because I'm like very like I grew up as a like people pleaser sort of a person, but I strive to be more blunt and honest. But like, in not in a mean way, but like,
Yeah, you just go up to
yeah.
one day and say, you know what, Tim, you suck. I'm like, oh.
Yes. That's exactly what's gonna
I was like, oh dang. Oh, okay.
damn.
I've been bamboozled.
Bamboozled? No. Nah.
No, I was just messing. Oh, am I?
But yeah, no, I think Dutch people are very good at that, so it's a good place for me to learn more of that.
I don't really know any Dutch people, so I'd be curious to see it in person at some point.
Yeah.
Make
It's
some Dutch friends.
yeah, it's the way that was explained to me is that apparently it's just a language thing, like the way their language works, like has less of I don't know, they just don't phrase things in a they don't have all of these like ways of phrasing something more politely or you know more with more of a flourish or whatever. They're just like very to the point, just the way the language is apparently.
Okay.
So that kind of translates when they talk to you in English as well.
That's
Or
interesting.
that's how they explain it to me at least.
It's not because we're mean people.
Yeah. Someone's gonna be super rude and it's gonna be like, oh, it's just because I'm Dutch. It's not that I'm mean. I'm just
Oh my word, can you imagine that? I could definitely
oh,
see that happening.
that would be super rude.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm not really being mean, it's just because I'm Dutch. They actually are just out for your blood.
Yeah, that's like one of those people that just goes like, oh, I'm just being honest. I'm not being rude. It's like, nah, that's
Secretly in my head, if someone says that to me, I want to give them the middle finger.
Yep. Yeah, because there's such a thing as being blunt and honest and to the point, and then there's
Being a prick,
unnecessarily rude. That's like it doesn't serve anyone.
Yeah, I just call it being an absolute tool.
Yep.
Prick, whatever word you like to use for it.
Yeah, I had a friend that like went through this phase for a little while. Like she was kind of figuring herself out, and I think she went through a phase of like, oh, I just want to be brutally honest. And it was a little bit rough, but I think eventually she did realize that there's like a middle ground.
Yeah, there's a middle ground being brutally honest and just being a complete, prick.
Yeah.
Oh crap! Oh no! What's it doing?
What is happening?
I don't know. It's spinning. I just realized people can't actually see what I'm working on.
Oh, was it like moved up?
Yeah, kind of.
Ah, there it is.
There she is.
Nice. And it's come pretty far.
Yeah. Actually, that entire time I was talking to you about the Feng language, I completely edited like the bottom part.
Nice.
The this part here. Oh, I can't see it anymore. Wait, hang on. Originally, so like, cause like the three little ring layers at the bottom, I think originally it was like that. And as I was talking to you, I was just sort of like lassoing it up.
Ah, yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's a pretty big jump.
All right. Okay, I think I take a break. It's getting pretty late here, and we should probably eat some
That is probably a good idea.
food. So what was today's progress? So I believe because I had to quit earlier due to
right. So you don't have like the very.
So I believe it should have been this state here. So oh yeah, okay, yeah. So I think did I start off with this? Yeah. Well, no, this is slightly inaccurate. Kind of like this, but I think the hair was a bit more edited because basically this is the state which I left on the last stream. I believe, I think, and then I did a little bit on the face and the hair, and then this is essentially today's progress. Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah, that's a fair amount of progress. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, not bad.
No, not bad at all.
She's coming
Pretty
together.
Cool. Yep.
Quite a bit more to do. But yeah.
Yeah, looking good. I like how it looks so far.
Oh, thank you. Good to know.
I did a lot less in this time, I feel like.
Sorry?
I did a lot less in this time, I feel like. I mean, I did.
That's alright. It's not a
render.
comparison game, anyways. Like I say, I work quite well when like talking and doing.
Yeah. No. I mean, I kind of just wanted like a chill, fun art thingy. So yeah, they were pretty good, I think.
Let's have a look. Yeah, looking good. Oh, you had a little background as well. Very nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about this. I want something in this color, I think, but yeah, I'll fiddle with it a bit more. But yeah, I think the main design is there.
Yeah, definitely.
So
like
it's pretty cute.
Yeah, very very cute.
Yay!
Very kawaii.
Kawaii.
Yes. What else do you think you're gonna add to it? You plan to?
I don't know. Probably not that much. Probably just like mess around with the background a bit more. I don't know. Maybe do something with the bottom of the dress still, because it's kind of bugging me. Especially because like the way it's turned down, it kind of implies as if it's like the dress is being looked at from above, which kind of clashes with how the legs are.
I see.
I wanted it to be like this shape, but it kind of doesn't read as a shape. It looks as if it's like wrong. So
like a perspective issue.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'll see.
I mean, I think even if you did straighten it up, it will still have that shape. I think.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like if you straightened it out, it would make it shorter, so you might have to like lower it a little bit as well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Cool. Well, excuse me.
Or maybe like a pattern or something. I don't know.
Do a pattern. I mean, it just depends. Because you really wanted that like simple look, right? You didn't really want to go.
Yeah.
Too bonkers.
But then I did also see that the like the reference almost has like a like some of it is gloss and then some of it is just like a I don't know, like a little blotchy pattern or something.
Oh, I see.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll think about it. This is more just for fun anyway, so it's okay.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna say thank you very much for everybody who's stuck by to watch us talk and draw. Especially if those of you who's been in the beginning as well. Thanks for hanging out.
Yep.
And thank you, Ryutsu, for joining me for 5 hours of
yes, always a good time.
Yeah, and I mean, I might do another one at some point next week because, like I say, this has to be done fast. So
yeah.
I might do another one some point next week. I think I probably will. Yeah, but haven't got a schedule, so it'll be a bit spontaneous as usual.
Yeah, if you want some more company in the future, let me know.
Yeah, yeah. I guess like next time, we can still do it on mine if you don't really. I don't actually really mind how we do it. We can just do the same format, whatever floats our boat at the time.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah,
Sounds good.
thank you guys for tuning in, and have a good evening for the Sunday.
Yes, have a good rest.